Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords. Middlesex taking on Glamorgan here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daft. I'm Kevin Hand. Andrew McKenna's alongside me for this one. I'm delighted to say it was a belting first round here against Lancashire. Went right to the wire all 4 days, which had us fully gripped. A difficult one down in Canterbury for Middlesex, which turned on that final day. Well, it didn't turn, was more the point. No bounce, no turn, no seam, no swing, and in the end, no hope for Middlesex. It was an 8-wicket win for Kent down at Canterbury. As for Glamorgan, a win and a defeat so far. News of the toss this morning is Middlesex have won it and they have elected to have a bowl. It's the first toss that Toby Rowland-Jones has won this season, Andrew McKenna, and well, just after he won the toss actually, the cloud cover came over, so Middlesex will hope that it was a good call.
Absolutely. It's not quite as glorious as it was for the Lancashire game, and the forecast isn't quite as good over the course of the 4 days. So you make the most of it when you can. So it's going to be an important one. Get a good start this morning. Get a good couple of early ones if you can, and try and make the most of it.
Yeah, it was a lovely 4 days against Lancashire. We are lower end of the square of this one as well. It was top end of the square versus Lancashire. Lower end of the square, especially this time of season, you fancy it's going to offer a little bit to the seamers. One of those seamers that's playing is Dane Patterson. He is in for his debut. Confirmation of that. We'll take you through all the teams, everything else as well in a few moments. But first of all, before we really get up and running here at Lords, let's have a catch-up with the Middlesex head coach, Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson, thanks for joining us. Jono, we're here ahead of the Glamorgan game. First and foremost, let's kind of pull the bones out of the Kent game, I guess. Again, we lose the toss. Yet we get through that. We're in the game after 2 days. I guess you must be hugely frustrated that things unravelled on that third and what proved to be the final day.
Yeah, definitely. Again, 2 games running. Obviously, the toss, probably would have played a part in the game. But from losing it and batting first in tough conditions, I think again we showed some real fight and character to get to a decent first innings score. I think probably going into that second day and you look at the wicket, you started to see a change. Definitely less sort of zip to the wicket and bounce to the wicket as the day wore on towards the second half of that day. And then obviously by the third day, it was, I'm not sure I've seen a wicket change quite so dramatically as that did first to third. But saying that, still with 300 on the board to chase, 320, 15, whatever it was to chase, you're in the game. And if we'd taken our chance at various times, then I'm sure we would have made more of a fist of it. But yeah, I think coming out of Kent and Lancs with 1 draw and a loss, it doesn't feel like we've really got our rewards for some really good cricket that we've played in those sort of 7 days. So it feels very disappointing for the team, but we know how much good cricket we've played, and if we can continue to do that and just highlight some of the key times in those games, that if we actually want to be that first division side and competing in the first division at the top, you've got to realise those little periods of time and really stamp your authority on the game at that point. For example, 70 for 6 in the first innings. Little things like that. You should be bowling out for 120. We know that as a group, and we've got to be better at doing that. But overall, from those 2 games, we think we're in a really good space, but we're not getting the results that we feel that we maybe deserve, but we've got to work harder at making sure it happens.
Yeah, you mentioned obviously the toss in both games. I'm assuming, I know for the Lancashire game, and I'm assuming for the Kent game, you win those tosses, you bowl first. Green deck certainly at Canterbury.
Yeah.
For that, we can consider ourselves pretty unlucky.
Yeah, and I know, look, I've been quite open about why we bowl first the last few years with the bowling attack that we've had. We're quite comfortable now to bat first if the conditions are right. With Zafar in the team, it does make a difference having that senior spinner being able to win a game for you on that last day as well. So it's not about that. It's more about the fact that conditions were right to bowl first in those first 2 games. And I think, if we'd had that opportunity, it might have been different. But that's here by there. We still played good enough cricket to have put ourselves in a position to win the game anyway, and that's the great character of the team at the moment.
Absolutely, as you have, and I think as Toby did in his close of play interview, summed it up quite nicely, which is 2 very disappointing results, but some really good positive performances to come out of it. One of those, I guess, is Blake Cullen, who's for a young man, has been plagued with some pretty nasty injuries throughout his career. He's come back, started this season really well. It must have been pleasing to see him pick up a 4-for in that first innings.
Yeah, he's a very talented young fast bowler. We know that he burst on the scene. T20, he's got a 100 deal. We know the talent's there, and obviously the last couple of years have been tough for him physically. And to see him go away this winter, have a good winter under his belt, playing lots of cricket, and then come back in the form that he's in at the moment, has been really good for everybody to see. And look, he's not the finished article yet. He's got stuff that he's still working on, but yeah, it looks in a good place and really competing well.
I guess as head coach, one of the things you really want is for everyone in the group to stick their hands up and start contributing. And it was nice, of course, with the bat to see Jack Davies hit an unbeaten 47 in the first innings, Esky with a 50 in the second innings, and you mentioned Zafar with the ball, but it was Zafar with the bat who obviously hit a really important 50 in the second innings as well. So great to see people sticking their hands up.
Yeah, I think we're getting to a point now in a squad. I think I've talked about competition for places, and it creates an environment where when you're playing, you know you've got to do well to stay in the team, and we've talked about when you're out the side, you know, performing in the second team and outside of the game to get in the first team. And I think we're getting to that point now, and the nice thing about the first team at the moment is you're not relying on one or two batters in that group, because you know that someone's going to stand up and take responsibility in the lineup. And probably the two guys that scored the most runs last year in terms of Dupper and Higo haven't got going yet either. So it's quite a nice way that you know that they're on the on the periphery of it, and you know they're going to come good as well because of the quality they've got. So from a batting point of view, we're definitely in a good space. We had probably a poorer game with the ball than we had at Lancs. Lancs, I thought, was excellent the way that we went about our work. As a blueprint, the Lancashire game I thought was amazing. You know, 5 bowlers all running in, bowling accurately, never letting the batsman get away. I thought was brilliant. We weren't quite at that level in the last game for various reasons. You'll have to ask the bowlers for that. But I think the Kent slope messed up a couple of them, which is a bit of a strange one because we have our own slope, but it's a slightly different one at Kent. Yeah. And I think it ruined a couple of the rhythms of a couple of the lads. But that's professional sport, and you've got to deal with that and learn and adapt to those conditions. So yes, we were a bit poorer with the ball this week, but I know the boys are desperate to put that right this week against Glamorgan.
I suppose we get a huge lift from Dane Patterson arriving. I think I had this conversation with Rojo after the Lancs game, and we were expecting him to arrive for that Kent game. Unfortunately, a family situation back home in South Africa delayed that, but I think I'm right in saying he's landed now. He's in the UK, so he'll be in contention, and I assume will be set to start against Glamorgan here, and that'll give some of the boys a bit of a rest, and it'll give the attack a bit of a freshen up.
Yeah, he's good to go as far as I'm aware. Haven't spoken to him yet, as you say. I think he's due to land quite soon. He gave me the thumbs up and said he's on the plane last night, so all good. Yeah, all good. And he just can't wait to get here and get started. Yeah. He knows he's obviously a bit delayed, and he really wants to be here with the boys and to get going. And I know, you know, we've got a couple of games at Lord's coming up, so I'm sure he'll be loving every second of that. And I know he'll, you know, bowl well here. And yes, it's a chance to rotate a little bit of one of our seamers out. And we're getting to that point now where I think we had it a few years back where you can rotate seamers a little bit. It's not about being left out. It's not about being dropped. It's just about managing a long season, heavy workload, and being able to pull someone out and just give them that extra week, get them ticking over, and then come back in the week after. You know, is quite helpful.
A little look ahead to Glamorgan, who obviously arrive here on Friday. Another tough challenge. What are your hopes for that one?
My hopes, win the game, isn't it? I mean, that's
good hope.
That's the hope. No, Glamorgan are always tough. They've got some good players in their lineup, but we're at home. We've got a good record at Lord's at home over the last few years, and we know that if we keep playing the way we've been playing, you know, the tide will turn, and we as long as we are aware of the key moments in the game, that we can really put pressure on the opposition in those key moments, then, you know, we hope that we'll come out the right side, definitely.
I guess it'll be some kind of blessing to all spectators and members watching that we aren't playing this one with the Kookaburra ball, because I think last year we watched Sam Northeast bat for a day and a half. But with the Dukes, I guess it'll be a very different contest. And you mentioned Dane obviously getting his opportunity here. He'll be looking forward to that one and relishing the opportunity, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe not quite so much if it was a Kookaburra, but no, he's absolutely relishing it, and we felt last week, week before here against Lancs, that was a brilliant cricket wicket for us. I think that's as good a wicket here as you can produce. I mean, something in it for everyone. If you put the ball in the right place, you know, you were in it with the ball. If you missed, the batsmen were in. You know, Zaf came into it later on. I thought it was a brilliant cricket wicket, and hopefully, you know, we're looking for the same again.
Absolutely. Well, that'll make for a fantastic contest ahead. Jono, all the very best of luck. Thanks again for joining us. Hopefully the next 4 days will give us the rewards we now deserve, and look forward to catching up after that one.
Pleasure.
Richard Johnson there, the Middlesex head coach, speaking to Stephen Fletcher ahead of this one. That was a pretty interesting chat, actually, and one thing that he touched on, it's nice when they say it as well, because 7 days of cricket, I think Middlesex will be a little disappointed that they haven't won one of the games at this stage, and that's obviously disappointed, absolutely, but might feel a little bit hard done by, perhaps, that they haven't won one at least by now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the cricket against Lancashire was of a very high quality. It was a real battling draw, and one that could have gone either way right down to the last half an hour or so. On another day, that's a win. You then take confidence into the Kent game. Yeah, they underperformed a little bit. He also made the point in that interview about the fact that some of the bowlers struggled a little bit with the slope at Kent. Now, you're going to say, hang on, there's a slope at Lords, but it's different, isn't it? They used to hit this ground. They're used to this. So I would expect the bowlers to be back on the mark today, straight from ball one. And that's clearly what the captain's hoping for, because he's stuck them in. Yeah,
that was another one that I picked up, actually. I'm desperate to speak to him about that. Why? What was the difference between the slope? All the years going down there, it's never been, I don't know, as noticeable. Seems to play as big a part as here, and I think everybody said that. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day, something we'll probably reflect on in a few moments. The thing about Canterbury as well, I think it was an innings and 6 wickets in to the second innings of the match. Middlesex were probably feeling pretty good in it, 79 for 6, and I think that was the point where they let the game get away from them. But we shall see how they go here. For Glamorgan, it's been an interesting start as well. They've fought back for that draw against Gloucestershire after the defeat to open up against Leicestershire. But as we said, it's going to be Glamorgan batting first in this one. Middlesex winning the toss and electing to field. So let's take you through the sides for it. Middlesex making the one change. Dane Patterson comes in for his debut for the county, having had a delayed arrival as overseas from South Africa. Blake Cullen missing out on this one. Resting and rotating has been the words from Richard Johnson in the interview there. No seamer should ever be looking at it as though you're dropped. They're not all going to be able to play all of the games. Otherwise, it's as you were at Canterbury.
Makes a lot of sense, that. For a man who's missed the amount of cricket that he has, 2 early season games, will be doing a lot of workload, putting it into the body. So I can understand it. There are still people who won't understand the resting and rehab side of the game, in fact that, yeah, you could play 4 games in a row now, but if it takes it off the back end of the season, what have you gained from that? The back end of the season is where promotion is clinched or titles won. So it makes sense. 2 hard games, have a break. Oh, and by the way, you're bringing in Dane Patterson. Doesn't exactly make the side scream as being weaker, does it? So that makes logical sense for me from a Middlesex point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. As for Glamorgan, it's as you were, the name that jumps off of that team sheet. Well, for anyone that was at the ground last year, but even those from looking at afar, Sam Northeast, who went past Graham Gooch's 3-3-3 here at Lords in that opening game of the season. Middlesex came back and hit their highest first-class score in the game as well. Shame that James Harris isn't here. Best wishes to him if he is tuned in this morning, may well be. Former Middlesex man, and he's out injured for this one. Mason Crane as well missing. Zafar Gohar's a big name on this. Although lower end of the square, it's Lords, it's early season, so how much the spinners will play, we shall have to wait and see. Tim van Houten over the years is a very familiar name to Middlesex, as is Colin Ingram. There's been plenty of T20 matches where he's done a lot of damage, and that man above him as well, Kieran Carlson. But a strong enough looking Glamorgan lineup from top to bottom. It should make for a fascinating few days here at the home of cricket. And well, there are the Middlesex players ready to go, and smiles all round, which is good to see, because they did drag themselves away understandably from Canterbury, because it was a match that, it's one of those games where you walk away and you've lost by 8 wickets, but you say to yourself, we should have won that match. And that makes it even harder to take the defeat, I think, then, having known that they let it slip. Here's our umpires walking out to the middle. Sunny conditions, as you can see right now. There is a bit of cloud cover around over the top of NW8, and Middlesex will obviously be very happy if a bit more of that blows in. Stephen Eskenazi right of screen next to Toby Rowland-Jones, second right there. Eskenazi with a 50 opening up in that second innings. Big for him. Jack Davies, 47, top scorer in Middlesex's first innings. And Nathan Fernandez following them out as well. All that to come. There's Ryan Higgins bustling away through in the foreground, who Middlesex will hope will play a big part this morning. Whether it will be Higgins to open up, though, alongside Rowland-Jones, possibly not this game. It might be Rowland-Jones and Patterson. The opening pair for Glamorgan are out then, Ul Hassan and Byram. and, well, they will be hoping to give their side the perfect start to this one, having been put in. You'd expect a test. First glimpse of the pitch there, a little straw-coloured, as you can see. From the elevation we're at, it's funny, Mackie, you've been down there at pitch level, we'll go through it in a moment, but it's funny, from up here, it looks like it's got a greenish tinge. But that shot that we just saw of the batters there, you'd barely have seen a blade of green grass on the top at all. But, certainly from up here, it looks as though it should offer a little bit of seam movement, which is exactly what this man will want, Toby Rowland-Jones. Middlesex skipper will be running down the hill from the pavilion end. We mentioned that Canterbury slope, obviously very prevalent here at Lord's. So he'll be bowling to the left-handed. Hassan to begin, right arm over to the left-hander, and that slope will be taking the ball away from the left-hander naturally, with its natural tilt. 4 slips in place, a point, a cover, and well, it's not a cover, he's a wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones to get us up and running here at Lord's on the live stream in association with Alphabet. Right on the spot, that's what Middlesex will want to see. They've been frustrated by a little bit of consistency, I'd say, with the ball, having had, well, what I'd said to you, Mac, of that first game against Lancashire, the best spell as a bowling unit that I'd seen since 2016, and again, that's something that they've echoed as a group.
Absolutely. Need to back that up. Now, repeat it. Control C, Control V. That's got to be the modus operandi for today. Do like it. 4 slips. No gully, but the point and the mid-off in place.
Beaut. Absolute beaut. A little bit of bounce in that as well, which will really infuse Middlesex. That's what was interesting on day one down at Canterbury, was pace and bounce, and early season pitches you never quite know, but lovely lift on that.
Now, the one thing you notice looking at that shot there is how short that left-hand side boundary is, and let's remember, down the slope as well, so that can effectively take 5 metres or so off it. So there's absolutely nothing for width, either to the left-hander from this end or the right-hander from the far end.
Ooh, a little bit of loop on that, into the block hole. Just off it right up there from Rowland-Jones, on the spot crucially though, and the 3 balls straight away, assuming he intended it, which of course I think he did. Then, straight away on the money, which is good to see. Yeah, right on the spot straight away. I think well, I don't think any of them made a secret of it down at Canterbury. 79 for 6. They had Kent in big bother, replying to 222 on a at that stage heavily bowler friendly surface. Oh, that's right up there and driven away. I mentioned that this 3rd ball potentially was targeting the block hole. If that one was, and it was off target outside the off, or whether it just slipped out.
He's just squeezed it, hasn't he? It's almost landed in the block hole, and as he takes it on the half volley, as we mentioned, it is short that side, and there's no conventional cover, so finding the gap, that was always going to be 4. Glamorgan up and running.
Back on the spot to end the over, but they do get through. It's Alpha Gohar running in from point, and that's good from Glamorgan. As you say, that short boundary over there, don't forget to rotate the strike as well though. Hassan will keep the strike. Glamorgan a 5 without loss.
Zain Hassan's 18th first class game of cricket, 24 years of age. Takes the opening over. And now Eddie Byram to face the first deliveries from Dane Patterson as a Middlesex bowler. Delayed in his arrival through no fault of his own, through playing down in Cape Town and then had a family issue to deal with. But he's been here a couple of days now and is ready to go. And the word is that he actually prefers bowling from the nursery end here at Lord's, which is handy because that's the end that he probably would have got anyway, as Toby Rowland-Jones would want the pavilion. So then, the Great Dane will have 4 slips again. And there's a catching mid-wicket, sort of square leg mid-wicket-ish for that clip off the toes in the air.
There you go, straight away on the spot. Always nice to land the first ball. They pick up a single into the covers, but that's fine for Middlesex. They're happy with that. It's really good from Ul Hassan. Again, rotating the strike onto the front foot, recognising that gap in the covers. Keep ticking the strike over. They are 2 left-handers out there, but nonetheless, good from Ul Hassan, but good from Patterson. Get that first ball through.
Took 20 wickets in 8 games for Notts last year, Dane Patterson. At 28.5. Best of 5 for 49. But the important thing, we were talking about this in the Lancashire game, was the economy rate of what Middlesex did there. Economy rate of 2.9 last season, Dane Patterson. So if you can repeat that, then that'll fit in very nicely.
Byron runs it away. First ball for him. And the first run, they'll think about a second, but a good slide and a return from Zafar Gohar.
And conversely, up the hill to the grandstand is a long old way today for this game.
Do you know who I feel most sorry for there? The fielders. That's a long old chase, and it's going to stop, isn't it? As you can see, the boundary's not even in view on the right-hand side of the screen there. So, highest point of the ground is the top right of the screen, where the Warner, the stand on the right, meets the grandstand. So anything up there, it's a long old chase. Now that's going to be close. I think it's just pitched outside the line of leg. Big appeal from Patterson. They went up behind the stump. My instinct was it pitched outside. Nothing doing at all from the umpires, and I think this is a very good call. Oh, mind you, goodness me. Oh, well, my first instinct was that's pitching outside, but there's no way that that's pitching outside the line of leg.
What a start that would have been for Patterson.
And it's not followed by a boundary, at least for Middlesex, because, well, like I say, first instincts, it didn't seem as though it particularly straightened, which meant that the lines didn't look right. But what it did, what it was he's pretty much just missed a straight one there, because it hasn't done much, and that was my first instinct. I was thinking, that's not done much, it must have pitched outside the line of leg, but actually Ul Hassan, I think, has really got away with one there. Leg side on that, that'll be 4. Ul Hassan's into double figures, so Glamorgan.
That's the real kicker for a bowler, isn't it? You think you've just got your man, and then that one's just slightly offline, and it's a gentle glide off of the hip, and away she goes for 4.
It's usually the very next ball, isn't it?
As yes, you're so frustrated, you're then looking for the magic ball, and it very rarely comes.
Turn to square leg, a dot ball to end the second over, so 11 without loss. But it could have been very different. You mentioned the magic ball there, Mac. I mean, there wasn't anything particularly magic about this, and that's why I thought this must have just pitched outside the line. I mean, it's straightened. It's not straightened a lot, has it? But that is pretty plum, you'd have to think. Now, there you go. Getting the back leg coming around. I wondered, the umpire think hitting that back leg, was it high? But it certainly wasn't. So Ul Hassan gets a little lucky. Does that fire up the beast in Middlesex? And well, this man, when he's fired up, there are a few that you would much rather avoid than Toby Rowland-Jones when he's got that ball really zipping through.
As I was coming in this morning, I saw a social media post actually from the Barmy Army account, and it was, if you could have one cricketer who you could magically remove all of their injuries throughout their career, who would it be? And there were lots of Andrew Flintoffs, Ben Stokes, but someone did actually get in there, Toby Rowland-Jones, because there is always that thing in the back of your mind, what would his career have looked like if he didn't have those niggles?
Oh, no doubt. I just think if he, but for injury, once he made that debut against South Africa, I have little doubt Middlesex would never have seen him again. He'd been in that England side and squad, and he'd have stayed in it. Incredible, natural talent, really. Because again, I think a lot of people from far and wide, they'll look at him and say, "Well, what's all the fuss about?" But if you watch him regularly, the fuss was just the unrelenting consistency that he managed to bring to every spell. Oh, now that flies down to deep third. That was a little wafty from Byron, but gets away with it with a single. But I always mention the one thing that encapsulates Rowland-Jones best for me, speaking to a very, very well-respected first class and an international cricketer, a batter. So the thing about they said they hated him facing him more than anybody else on the circuit in England, because he always hit about 3 inches higher than you expect, and he knew it every time. It's going to hit up there, it's going to hit up there. But you couldn't do anything about it. You were playing the length of the ball, not the length or not the bounce that you know that he'd extract. And yeah, we were sat on a couple of chairs at the end of the match just having a natter, and he showed me his ribs, and he had a triangle of bruises, 3 of them, where he said you just know every single time it's going to get that extra bit of bounce, which will as much beat the inside edge and hit your ribs there as it will take that outside edge as well. But yeah, magnificent seam bowler over the years.
That's that thing, isn't it? If you don't have express pace, you've got to have skill. Think of the great Sir James Anderson. His ability to move the ball around, to get it to nibble, to get it to wobble. You have to have that when you're the 85 mile an hour bowler, that you don't need if you're the 92, 93 mile an hour bowler. And that's what you're watching.
Well, that's what I think a lot of people underestimated Toby Rowland-Jones. That is the end of the third, and just the single off it. 12 without loss. I think people who turn up, well, he's not Stephen Finn, he's not 6'7", 6'8", he's not 90 miles an hour. What's all the fuss about? But somehow naturally he just extracted that bounce. They talk about bowling a heavy ball. I don't think that even starts to encapsulate what Rowland-Jones in his absolute peak did. That ball would just hit the surface and bang, it would go. And yeah, fabulous. That's not to take away, but just naturally somehow he seemed to extract bounce from any given surface. That's not a bad start to the second over of Dame Patterson from the nursery end. Up the slope it goes, holding its line. And we saw that one come back in to Ul Hassan ever so slightly in the last over, but this one just holding its line. Maybe in Byram's mind was that LBW appeal in the first over. Watching from the non-striker's end, and I think even without it, that line and length, you're looking at it, thinking you have to play. That's a lovely shot down the ground. A wide mid-off, Henry Brooks, and it's probably just going to make it. No, it's not. It's going to hold up. It's going to hold up. And they've run 3. Toby Rowland-Jones is the man who's had to make the run. It's not quite the big boundary that we talked about, but for the skipper from mid-on down to wide-ish long off, he shouldn't have put a wide mid-on in place. Or wide mid-off, I should say. A little straighter this time, please, Henry. But they're right up there on that off stump, both Patterson and Roland Jones. They know exactly where this ball needs to be first thing this morning, and they both put it up there. Well, that's the ball that I thought Ul Hassan got previously, pitching outside the line of leg. That's a fraction shorter than the one that was appealed in the first over and just eased into the onside. So look at, yeah, clearly pitching outside the line of leg. That's pretty much what I thought the first one was. I thought it must have just wrapped the pads, pitching outside the line of leg, but as I say, I think Ul Hassan got away with one in Patterson's first over. It was pretty full, pretty straight, and it was definitely pitching in line. Oh wow, goodness me, how has that not cleaned him up? It's gone through everything. A magic ball from Patterson, but not the outcome. Oh, what's he just appealing LBW? Did he say high as well there on that? Was there an appeal for LBW? Did it clip the pad on the way through? Oh, goodness me. Well, I thought they were appealing caught behind. I thought it missed everything, but that has taken the pads. And Patterson has gone up for LBW, second time in 2 overs. The umpire clearly on the camera afterwards saying a little high. You can't say one close one plus another close one equals an out. But I think the first one was very out. I think that one, I can understand the umpire's hesitation.
Well, I wouldn't normally recommend rocking up into a new country 2 days before your first game, but I tell you what, it's not done Dane Patterson any harm. Obviously, he's spent quite a lot of time in England before. He would have played at Lord's before, so he's got that in the bank, but this is some start from him.
Oh, leg side on that. Just a leg by to end the over. 16 without loss after 4. Another eventful one. You mentioned the magic ball, Macca. That was pretty much it. He was very close.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good start. It's good areas. The fact that it's carried through in the way that it has to the cordon is what makes the umpire think it's high, because obviously it's gone over the top of the stumps in his view. So, but what a start.
Probably umpire's call if you go upstairs on that. I reckon it probably was clipping that, but as I say, you can understand the umpire's view on that to say, well, it's just clipped the top, but it clipped the top of the back pad, which again was slightly bent as the body came around. That back leg bends at the knee, doesn't it? And the body dips down slightly. But 2 close LBW appeals doesn't equal an out, as I say. The first one for me was pretty plumb. Oh, it's a lovely ball. Just drifts it down the slope. Roland Jones. It's worth just having a look at this one again as well. This is the right hand over to the left hander that we always talk about. Just watch pitching in line there. Just pitching in line, but beats outside off stump. That's why the LBW is so hard to pick up here with the slope at Lord's. You really got to be doing something back up the slope to convince the umpire, and on a pretty full length as well. Well, there's the response from Byram. An experienced left-hander here at Lord's. Byram's been here a few times, Somerset as well over the years. You'll know that. Right arm over to a left-hander. If you can, get up there, get in line with it at least. All right, you might end up playing that one a little bit further away than you want to, but LBW is going to be pretty tough for the bowler, so really try and get in behind it. Sounds obvious, but going across that little bit more, which on any other pitch you'd be thinking, well, you bring an LBW into play. That's offered up there from Roland Jones, just a little bit too full and put away by Byram. Lovely shot, gorgeous cover drive.
It's just that fraction too full and fraction too wide, isn't it? And it's that ball that at this level is going to get put away, and we'll say it again, it is the short boundary. Middlesex have taken one out of the cordon, so it is now only 3 slips with the extra cover in place to try and give that safety blanket. But Byram's hit that so well that as soon as he left his bat, it's full.
And there's those 3 slips. On ball's come of this over, but that's exactly what you're talking about there, Macca. There's a deep backward point now. He's not all the way back to the boundary. Zafra. It feels a little bit no man's land to me, that though. It's either side of him and it's 4 either way, isn't it, really? So,
and you can't see Toby going short that it's going to get slapped off of the back foot as a cut shot in the air.
Cover in place as well. If one flies through 4th, they'll really rue it right now. That's a beaut to end the over. And good comeback from Roland Jones. Yeah, it was a lovely shot, that drive, that cover drive. It was gorgeous. You talked about the bat being trapped down by Al-Hussam for that first boundary, and it was. This one wasn't quite the same. It wasn't as full.
No, absolutely. Right, we talked a lot about the pitch. This is what we're playing on today. Take you out to the middle to get a look. So there is a tinge of green on it. I would expect that will change colour over the course of the days as the sun gets onto it. There is a potential for a little bit of rain later on, which might just keep some moisture in that. But that is the office for the next 4 days.
Immaculate looking, isn't it? That's a fantastic leave. That's gone, if not over the top of off, very, very close to doing so.
Well, what we just showed you, Dane Patterson's going to want to roll up and take a round with him at the moment, because he's absolutely settled in for a spell here. That is as close to perfect as you can get.
Outside. It was my instinct on the first one. It turned out it was pitching in line, but pretty confident that one did pitch outside the line. There were too much of, I think, middle and off on show as well. Even if it did pitch in line, it'd be saying to the umpire it's drifting down. But, well, again, yeah, pitching outside the line. But again, I think probably it did straighten a little bit more, that one. I think that's pretty close to pitching in line. But as I say, there's too much of middle and off on show for the umpire to be convinced that that's one pitching in line with leg and taking it.
Was a little bit of shape though up the hill, wasn't there? That'll be a nice little sign from Dane Patterson to take with him.
There goes that one angled across. Well, yeah, he said he likes the nursery end here at Lord's, and you can see why already. Fully buttoned up as well, like that.
Absolutely. He and umpire Ben Peverell appear to be, they're going to be working quite a lot over the next couple of days, it would appear. They're going to get to know each other quite a lot if this spell continues in this fashion. So far, no love from the umpire for Dane.
He's asking all the questions at the moment. Al-Hussam and Byram have the answers, don't they? It's been a good start from then, obviously. First focus, first morning of a match is where are the seamers pitching it, what line, what length, and what are they extracting. But equally the batters, 6 overs in, they're being very well tested here. 2 big shouts, one of them looked pretty good. The other wasn't bad either, but so if they'd have gone upstairs on the second one, I fancy it would have been umpire's call. Drags that one down the leg side as we talk up the bowlers, but look for the follow through, or has he just said to him, you're close to that line there? You can see the umpire working it out.
Well, I can tell you that Dane Patterson marked his run up earlier by getting the tape measure out, held it in place with the put a stump in the hole and put the tape measure into the base of the stump hole and measured out his distance from there. So that is how Dane Patterson goes. But of course, that doesn't take into account the slope or anything, and your stride length. So that will be his basis, if you like, to come in. But that doesn't it doesn't automatically mean you're not going to push that front line. So any feedback from the umpire, very nicely received from the bowler. 6 gone, 21 without loss.
Early sip taken on by Roland Jones. 2 subfielders running off for Middlesex. I'm not sure if the other was brought on for something particular. I didn't quite catch it, and then just because he did, a drink was run out for the skipper as well. Always good to keep the skipper happy. Oh, he was nearly an awful lot happier there. Again, another one. Batter's got to play at that in case it does straighten. Yeah, and this is this length where you can't leave that. It's going to do an awful lot for that to come back up the slope to hit the stumps. But nonetheless, as a batter, you've got to bank on it doing so. But that's that line, that length here at Lord's that a right arm seaman to a left-hander just wants to leave it. So that's a little wider, and that's the other one. A left-hander can be pretty brutal and ruthless with a, you know, if you're in good nick as a left-hander and you've got it lined up, you know that LBW is not in play, you can really frustrate a bowler with your leave.
Getting into his mind can be such an important thing, can't it? You know, we've only had 38 balls of the match so far, but on another day, that could be 2 or 3 wickets already, but it's naught.
Well, the other thing that's changed now, Macca, is look at that cloud cover overhead. There's not a patch of blue to be seen. We dip our heads forward and have a look up. It's all gone. Wind's coming in pretty much from the south. That flag you can see above the Glamorgan dressing room on the right of the side screen there. The Glamorgan flag fluttering away, pointing up to the north. Oh, up there, whipped away. Again, LBW's not particularly in play there. And that's why you can, if you're in really good touch, a very experienced left-hander at Lord's here, you'll know, leave, 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 and the bowler goes that little bit straighter. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to continue on the weather, we can see away in the distance, the plane's coming out of Heathrow while taking off towards the east. So what breeze there is, as Kevin said, it's coming from southerly, but with a slight easterly tinge on it, so it's a pretty cool breeze at the moment, so it's not a great swinging day, you would say.
Well, oh no, it hasn't. It's just pads. He only went at it with one hand. If he believed there was an inside edge on that, Roland Jones. Even those old bones would be diving forward for that one.
Did just nip a little bit though to get the height. And I think that's exactly the conversation that Roland Jones and Neil Pratt are having there. The umpire saying if you'd nicked that, you'd have been diving.
A little bit fuller from Roland Jones, allows Ul Hassan to get solidly forward. You can see well covering up as well those stumps. 7 done, 22 without loss.
Well, it's been a good start, hasn't it? They've enjoyed themselves so far. Decent crowd in. As you can see there, the balconies are filling up in the pavilion.
Yeah, the Warner stand in the background there, that's the farthest of the open stands in this game. But still has the Warner regulars.
You're in danger of needing binoculars from there today.
So there you go, the Warner stand is the far right. That was in the background of that shot a moment ago across the pavilion, so you can see just how far away you are. The grandstand, which is out of shot, even further to the right, is shut, as is the Compton, which is below us in the media centre where the camera is positioned. That's below us to our right. Below to the left is the Edrich, which would be a good viewing spot actually. Right up there again, full enough for Byron to sit happily forward on the front foot. That's the Edrich stand, which
another good one from Patterson. A little bit of movement away from the lefty.
Just had a little dabble at that. It's gone up the slope. There you go. That's where you'd be tucked in, right up on that top tier, if you could. So you'd be. That's perfect, isn't it? Little balcony over the top of the cricket.
Straight over the bowler's arm. Perfect view. If you want to sit up on the top deck. But did you notice all the people in the lower deck, all in a line down the edge, right next to the walkway? You are getting a fabulous view up there. If you're viewing in the grounds today, you're getting a fabulous view from our camera pictures of this. Patterson is really bowling well this morning. Fair play to Glamorgan. They are hanging on in there.
Straighter from Patterson, just roundabout. He's got his hands on his head, but again, that was roundabout, pitching outside the line of legs, so no real alarm. 22 without loss after 8, and on Father Time, he points to where the wind is coming from, so you can see he's pointing away to the south there. Is that how all weather masks work? I'd assume that they'd point the way the direction the wind is going, but he points to where it's coming from.
They always do things a little bit differently here.
Careful, we haven't had our sandwiches yet. Ooh, sprays that one. First one of the morning, really, from Roland Jones that slips out. Slope again, just held its line, that one didn't particularly do a lot, just probing that line of length on or around the top of off.
We spoke a week or so back in the Lancashire game how sometimes you can bowl pretty lengths that they get a few oohs and ahs in the crowd and whatever, but actually they're not really that threatening. So far, Middlesex have bowled good lengths that actually getting the batsman playing. They've just not really had the reward so far.
Pitching outside the line of leg. Hassan watchful though, not going after it. Blood and thunder blow, just at best looking to tickle into the onside. You can see later in the innings there are a real whiff about that kind of line or length. Once he's got himself in, 11 from 26, just the start still, but a good start from these two. Share of the deliveries as well. That's a lovely shot. Beats Safa Gohar at backward point. Just opening the face on the back foot, let the ball come onto it, didn't go after it too hard.
It's a good force, isn't it, that? He's in control, playing it close to his body. That's just a punch again. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's just what we were talking about as well, that Safa Gohar position there. It feels like he's in no man's land. I mean, my instinct would be stick at fourth right now, because you're not stopping the boundary there. You've either got to go all the way back or come into fourth. Whoa, best one yet from Roland Jones this morning, and he knows it. Very good leave from Ul Hassan once more. Left on length, trusting in the pitch, and rewarded by the pitch as well for that trust.
Well, that's fabulous cricket. It's a great delivery. But then you also have to say fair play to the batter, because he's got that one absolutely perfectly. I mean, not by much, and he knows it, but he has judged it absolutely perfectly.
His reaction there said it all, didn't it? And angling that one across. He probably expected one angled across. Roland Jones ruefully ends the over. Hangs his head backwards. End of the night, 26 without loss. Let's have a look. This is behind. You get an idea. That should... Oh, goodness me, it's close. Now, we say trust in the pitch. You know, he's trusting the bounce. He's left that on length, but... Give me the umpire's reaction. There's the bowler's reaction. But the batter's reaction really did make me laugh. He was leant forward on the back, looking back up the track. It wasn't an air of confidence that he said, yeah, I had that. It was a, yeah, you were close there.
Well, I don't think the umpires are supposed to show any emotion, but it did look like Neil Pratt had sort of gone...
Back-to-back maidens for Patterson into his 5th over now. Starts with the dot.
So, we've had quite a few close calls so far this morning, yet we're the only game in Division 2 that's not had a wicket so far. All 3 other games, 2 wickets down. Lancashire 19 for 2, Gloucestershire 29 for 2 in their game against Kent, Derbyshire 27 for 2 against Northants. Could have easily been 2 here as well.
Yeah, it's an encouraging start for Glamorgan this from their opening pair. The ones they've really been tested have been LBW's wrapping them. Again, that's that line and length. You can see Byram, he's the little bit more of the enforcer, isn't he, of the opening pair. Hassan, his mindset appears to be a little bit more circumspect, that he'll wait on the ball, he'll look to play the long game. The strike rates at the bottom don't line up with that, but you can just see that Byram likes to feel bat on ball a little bit more. He likes to get forward. He looks as though he wants to be positive. Inside edge. Thick inside edge. Nothing from the bowler. The slips are just about to go up, but huge inside edge on that one. But yeah, other than, you know, two batters that are out there, I don't think you could particularly have hoped for anything more than what they've returned so far, which is hang on in there and put away the odd bad ball, and that's what they've done. They've done a very, very good job of this first, 35 minutes.
Yep, seen off a bit of the shine off the new ball. As we just mentioned, only side wicketless so far in Division 2.
As an opener, you've just got to hang in there, haven't you? On a day like this. A bit of movement out there, two very experienced bowlers. One who knows this ground very well and one who's seemingly taken to it as a home bowler very quickly. Obviously been here before. Plays inside the line of that one. I'm not quite sure they've gone up for that. Maybe the bat hit the inside of the pad. I think that was quite deliberate from Byram, that he wasn't wanting to get involved in it. 26 for that loss after 10.
Yeah, Higgins was very interested, far more than bowler and keeper were. Anyway.
Maybe I was being kind, but I'm pretty sure he was tucking the bat in behind the pad on that, which again would have offered a noise.
Just to give you an idea of how breezy is the slip cordon have just called the 12th man out between overs there and replaced the wide brimmed floppy hats for caps. It's just one of those things, it just feels like the wind is constantly going to take your hat off out there at the moment, so they've actually elected to get rid of the wide brimmers.
Another good example of the slope here at Lords on that one. Roland Jones very, very interested in that, but trusting Al-Hassan, just gently leaning forward, letting it come into him. And later in the day, you could fancy that one's perhaps getting whipped away, but single taken. It's the difficulty for the bowler. It's just a little bit too full and too straight, that one from Roland Jones, but all of a sudden you come a little bit back, a little bit wider, and it's a comfortable leave. Onto the hips and off the hips. 4 more.
Yeah, that one's just a little bit too easy for Byram to again work off the hip. We've seen that from both ends now, that one that goes into the hip towards the pocket, because it's just a little bit too straight, but I suppose you'd argue better to be too straight than too wide.
Stroked away. That's a lovely shot from Byram. We've said that he is the slightly more positive of the two in feeling bat on ball this morning. There's a good example of it. It's played away from the body a little bit, but it was a ball that he was looking to score runs off.
It's not that wide, is it? He's just guiding it using the open blade, and as long as he gets it wide of third and not so wide that it flies to Zafar at backward point, there's a nice big gap. But I'm sure you're now thinking the fourth slip again, aren't you, just in case?
Yeah, it just feels, it's labouring the point, I know, but Zafar Ansari there, Zafar Gohar there, bottom left of the screen, just about to head out of distance. He's not stopping a boundary unless it's straight at him all along the floor.
See, I'm wondering, do you need, or can you risk taking square leg and putting him across? I kind of understand the safety angle, the safety valve of Zafar where he is. So can you go 7-2?
Now that's full and straight and beating the outside edge. I think he's just tucked the bat. I think he's just tucked the bat again there on that one, in behind the pad. Let's have a look. I reckon there's a fair gap there between bat and ball. Well, he was belatedly tucking the bat in behind the pad on that one, I'd suggest. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. Benefit of the doubt to the batter. I think all the way he played the line on that one. End of the 11th, 35 without loss. And in answer to your question, Mackie, yes, I think 7-2. I think if you're worried about that boundary, which is understandable, 35 without loss after 11, then fine, drop back the deep point. Possibly not at the sacrifice of the fourth slip, which Patterson still has in play from the nursery end.
Because the other thing we're talking about here is two experienced bowlers. If it was a 22-year-old in 5th or 6th game, then you probably stay 6-3, don't you? But we're talking about Roland Jones, captain, and Dane Patterson, overseas pro. They're good enough to bowl to a 7-2. Because realistically, you're not. It's going to take some hit to get it all the way up that hill for a boundary. So there is going to be a chase there, but the downhill is the one you've got to protect.
Just for the length and over the top of it, Hassan, he's going to pick up at least a couple here to the vacant deep third. We said that's going to be the horrible run up towards the Warner. It's probably more a little bit to the other side of the Warner stand where it meets the pavilion. Sorry, meets the grandstand as opposed to the pavilion. But they'll pick up a couple nicely over the top of it, angle bat. Solid start for Glamorgan continues. Those two, they'll all be both feeling a little hard done by as to why they haven't got the wicket. They've bowled, I mean, if you want to be overly critical, you know, maybe somebody be turning around and saying, all right, there's an odd 4-ball too many, but it doesn't particularly feel like they've ever really been spraying it or off length. They've been aggressive in their lines and length, and that brings runs into play naturally. Fourth slip just moving a little wider here to Gully. The edge again. But every single delivery you're thinking, yep, they're in play here. A couple of drives that got away through the covers. All right, one was slightly over pitch very early from Roland Jones, the other was an exquisite drive from Byron. But nursery and pavilion ends, Middlesex have been on the spot this morning. Haven't quite got the reward yet, but Glamorgan doing everything right here as an opening pair. Lovely again, driven away, beautiful shot. Hassan moves into the 20s, Glamorgan 41 without loss, but that's probably the shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, that's one of the few balls that is going to get up the hill today. Very well played, well controlled, and away for 4.
Clipped away nicely. They get a single down to deep backward square. Hands on head, feeling it was taken from a straight line, that one, Patterson. So sure it was. little shorter. First time this morning we've seen him drag the length back. Patterson, I think. Byram on the back foot, just easing that one away. Worth testing those lengths and those lines. 42 without loss. And there's the Brains Trusts. Alan Coleman, second from right, the Managing Director of Cricket at Middlesex, Chief Exec on the far side, far left that is. And Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach in the middle. He'd have enjoyed it out there this morning from the nursery end. The master of the nursery end, Tim Murtagh. Well, he was the master of most ends at most grounds. Middlesex stalwart, racked up the wickets over the years. Now the bowling coach. Ryan Higgins, change of bowler at the pavilion end, replacing Roland Jones, often the strike bowler's end. Higgins was sometimes thought of, as Ethan Bamber was, as perhaps a natural successor to Mercer at the nursery end, but maybe Patterson's going to make the nursery end his own. Here's Higgins, though, replacing the skipper. Ooh, straight on the spot from around the wicket as well, and that's actually interesting. 13th over of the innings. First time a bowler has come around the wicket this morning, and it's Higgins with his very first ball.
Might not be a million miles off a double change, because Brooks is going through some loosening up at cover as well, so maybe they want to give everyone a go in these early stages, get them into the game and see what there is.
Nice from Higgins, but left alone outside off. That's what he wants to see, just angling away down the slope. Obviously we want it tight on that off stump.
4 wickets so far this season for Higgins. He's getting it to swing quite prodigiously in the Lancashire game. And again, that one's just... the arm is about sort of 1 o'clock as it comes over, brings it in. Seam grips in the surface, just takes the angle away through to the keeper. Well, it's been a funny old start to Division 2 this year. Northamptonshire, fabulous starts up at Derby against Derbyshire. Derbyshire 50 for 3 now.
A little bit of width. This time Ul Hassan happy to engage, but watchfully still.
Only a couple of games in Division 1 as well where there's no wickets gone down. Yorkshire batting first at Chester Street against Durham, 31 without loss. And Sussex 69 without loss down at Hove against Surrey.
Oh, now that one's one that holds its line with the slope, and you can see Ul Hassan very, very watchful. This is why. So Higgins from around the wicket, he's looking to drift it past the outside edge regularly, but then get one to just hold its line, coming back in like that one does, and Ul Hassan perfectly in position for all outcomes there, giving himself every chance, playing it late as well. Then straight once more, just a little too straight. Hassan working that one leg side. A dot ball to finish, 42 without loss, and a very promising start from Ryan Higgins with a maiden.
Just to pick up something as well on that previous replay, in the fact that at both ends you can already see the bowler's footmarks where they're following through, and that normally indicates there's just a little bit of moisture in the surface. It's not bone dry, but obviously with high quality spinners in both lineups, that could be interesting as the game goes on. Closing in on an hour's play, and the way it's gone, it's one of those good news, bad news jokes, isn't it? Good news, we bowled really well. bad news, there's nothing in the wicket column. From a Glamorgan point of view, they have blunted the Middlesex attack very well so far.
Bit of coffee in there, perhaps warm drink this morning. Not quite the blazing temperatures that we saw 2 Fridays ago here, the hottest day of the year so far. Indeed, I think that was then surpassed on day 1 at Canterbury. Not expecting those highs to be surpassed this week.
No, it's a day that, towards the end of it, last hour or so, the forecast is we may get a little bit of rain coming in, so it may not be a full 96 overs today.
Pitching outside again. You mentioned Brooks warming up. This probably will be the last for Patterson unless he comes up with a dream delivery. Well, there's a dream start, so only Friday.
Blimey, they've gone early, haven't they?
A dream start, it's a dream finish by the looks of it. Shapes away up, 1 more to come of the over. Still got its fizz. Oh, now Patterson has drawn Byram into a naughty shot this morning, wide outside off of all of the wonderful deliveries that he sent down. Well, whether it was meant to be a tempter, I'm not so sure that it was, but Byram's gone after it. And he has to go back to the pavilion as a result. The edge goes through, the catch is taken. And look at how wide it was. Just kept on going. And Byram has to go with it. Oh, well, he wasn't sure. Middlesex were. Was there anything on it? The umpire thinks he heard or saw something. Byram didn't feel anything on it. Patterson, with the last ball of his 7th over, has a wicket. It may well have been the last ball of his spell. Not so sure it will be now. Byram makes his way back. Davies taking the catch. A fine 18 from 42. He's not the happiest with it. Glamorgan 42 for 1.
Yeah, he's not happy with it, but Patterson never looked back at the umpire. And that can sometimes be a clue that he thinks it's out because he's thinking, well, I don't even need to check. Or the other way around is well, I'm just going to sell it so hard that it's got to be out. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Well, if he didn't, then you'd say potentially those things have evened itself out because there was a very close LBW shout earlier on, so we'll see.
Sam Northeast.
Right. Sam Northeast doesn't need much of an introduction, does he? But he's coming in with 14 overs into the ball and one of the openers off.
I had the VHS of Graham
kids, I'll explain to you shortly what one of those is.
Of Graham Gooch's. It was called 333 and all that. It was the VHS of his video of his innings here at Lords against India, the highest score at Lords until Northeast went past it. Have you got the VHS of Northeast's 300 and something and all that?
Do you know, it may be in a box somewhere.
Sings away down the slope, that one. Pitching and leaving the left-hander. Higgins scored his first double century in that match when North East scored his 300. Middlesex did put Glamorgan in that morning as well.
Well, he's dug it in just to see if there's anything there. First one that we've seen this morning. To answer your question, I think Dane Patterson is going to have at least one more, because he's down below us and his jumper is over the boundary edge, not on his body. And as a bowler, when you've been sweating up and putting in the effort, if that was you done, you would have that sweater on pretty sharpish so that you didn't get a chill.
Short and pulled away. Bangs one in already. And that one is pulled hard by Ul Hassan. Probably his most aggressive shot of the morning. He's leaned into a couple of drives, but that was given some real oomph.
Interesting, that's now two short balls shorter balls in this over from Higgins when no one else has really tried anything short. So
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, as Ul Hassan, you'd expect to sit on the front foot to this next delivery. Third slip's gone to gully, by the way. Oh, now. You knew that he was going straight on that, but for the first time it felt like Ul Hassan was a little squared up by that. Trapped the bat down in time, though. Yeah, on Patterson, it's interesting, because I'm pretty sure that would have been his last delivery, and I wonder, was it as a result the effort ball, because there's no way he was planning to send it that wide. Maybe he was. Maybe it was the tempter, and he was thinking, go on, then I'll really hang it out there and see if, after all the wonderful deliveries I'll send down a looser one and see if you go for it. Nice from Higgins again. But my fancy is that it was the effort ball to end the spell. He was really upset that he hadn't got one and sent one down a little bit wider.
I mean, if that doesn't sum cricket up, then I don't know what does. You can send down delivery after delivery, almost unplayable, and you get nothing. And then you sling one wide and he nicks it through to the keeper. That is a bowler's life summed up in one thing. Right, Higgins has had enough of the round the wicket attack. It will be over the wicket now to Al Hassan.
Oh, goodness me. That's up there with the balls of this morning. Certainly the ones that Higgins has sent down straight on the spot as he changes his line to right arm over, which can so often do a bowler. 46 for 1. So Patterson's next ball will be his first after this. And yeah, I just wonder. I mean, look at where that's pitched. That's nearly a one-day wide, isn't it? In fact, guaranteed it would have been a one-day wide, I think. The tram lines are in place for that. Byram suckered into it. Did he just send down an effort ball? It went down a little bit wider, but that's often the mantra of a batter, isn't it? When a bowler's in a bad spell, is almost look out, sorry, you know, don't get out to the bad ball. But even in a good spell, you kind of say, it's almost to remind yourself, don't get out to the long hop, don't get out. You know, don't let your eyes light up, and I think that's what Byram did with that one. 46 for 1. It's going to be Sam Northeast's first ball, and it's going to be Patterson's first since taking that wicket. 3 slips in a gully for the first right-hander of the Glamorgan innings. I dearly loved to get Sam Northeast's first ball after his last visit to Lords.
They talk about sportsmen having muscle memory. I imagine walking through the gates this morning, Sam Northeast was probably just felt it sort of coursing back through the veins again. It's like, ah yes, I remember this one.
Ooh, it's a little bit of shape through the air coming back into the right-hander there. Was it just the angle, or was there a little bit of shape on that? A little bit.
He certainly asked the question of it, didn't he?
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much through the air yet this morning. Anchor's certainly off one side by now. Sun's out at Lords though, so look up, not down. The cloud cover came in a little earlier. Oh, somebody's ambling around. Oh, that's just fine of the gully fielder. He stabbed at that a little northeast, didn't he? But he'll get off the mark with a couple.
That was an afterthought appeal from Patterson there. Behind the stump seemed far more interested than the bowler. He has got that to nip again. He was never committed to it. Joined in because everyone else was asking the question.
Dropping a single.
That's going to smart the bowl for the bowler. Bowl's a perfectly respectable ball. The Northeast has just blocked it into a gap and taken a single. So Patterson, one more in the over. Is this now the final one of the spell? He's going to be coming around the timbers.
Did he offer the wide one again, or was it just a case of, on this occasion, it did push down outside? I think, having come around the wicket, he was certainly looking to bring that off stump into play. Final ball. End of the over, 49 for 1. Morning munchies. Hummus chips. They've gone for the healthy option.
My eyes are taken by the natty daps though. Look at those.
Has that just said something about me, Macca, that I've gone straight to the food? They are beauts though, aren't they?
Naughty, aren't they?
Do you reckon we could pull those off, Macca?
Absolutely not. They're almost Sunrisers Hyderabad colours, weren't they?
That from Higgins. First look at Northeast and a right-hander for him into his third over. Edgy, but over the top of it, soft hands, angle bat. Give yourself every chance. Get those three in your minds. Angle the bat, head over the ball, soft hands. And with a little bit of luck, if there is an edge, it'll go straight to the ground.
Well, when you played, this is his 226th game of first-class cricket, closing in on 14,000 runs at an average of as near as, damn it, 40 you can play. That's one more to his total. 32 hundreds for Sam Northeast in that. with a best of 410 not out, of course. And 50 up with that single halfway through the 17th. So we were praising Middlesex in the Lancashire game for keeping that run rate down, and obviously with the shorter boundary, anything can fly away for 4, but at 3s at the moment, I think Middlesex will be pretty happy with how that's gone.
It's a beaut. There's that angle around the wicket, isn't it? Again, that's that line around the wicket. Angled in towards off stump. He's playing it as late as possible here. We talked about Northeast, the right-hander. Angle bat, soft hands, playing it late. You look at the way that angle's come across. He's desperately just hanging in there on that off stump. But I say that in the sense of a compliment to the left-hander, that he's doing all the right things. It's a challenging line because of the slope around the wicket to the left-hander. Inside and outside edge in play for Higgins here.
Well, Middlesex are sticking deep square leg out, 20 metres in from the rope.
And it's not the bluff, he bumps him. Well, he did try to pull that one last over. And obviously there's always a theory about a player as well, isn't there? But also I think they don't want him sitting happily on that front foot where he's trying to defend the off stump at the moment. 54 it is after 17. Northeast 4 to his name, and 50 up for Ul Hassan in balls faced. We'll talk about you get to 30 and you want to keep going. That's the Mercer clan. We saw Tim Mercer earlier. Karina Mercer in the green there, Mrs. Mercer. Both Mrs. Mercers are in the box. Don't look at me like that, Macca. His mum. Yay, there they are. Come on, Mum and Dad, give us a wave as well. If only their dad was that enthusiastic.
He's going to be far more enthusiastic about seeing how Brooks gets on. So Henry Brooks is going to get 2 slips and a gully, and then the ring of 3 on the offside. I did wander out and have a look at the pitch this morning, just as we were filming that view of the pitch that we brought you earlier on, and Middlesex were going through their warm-ups at the time. And Henry Brooks looked very loose, and it was coming out very, very nicely. So he's now got his chance. Like both Higgins and Roland Jones, 4 wickets so far in this campaign. Zafar Gohar, of course, leading the way on 9, thanks to his efforts against Lancashire. Middlesex will be hoping that they won't be needing Zafar for a while, as the seamers can take advantage of these conditions. He's just got a fast bowler's build. Tall, long limbs, get nice and high in his action. And He could be a proper fast and nasty. It's all there for him, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about Cullen because of his injury problems. I think there almost is that little bit of relief, isn't there? You know, you see him back, and Roland Jones had kind of heaped praise on him. I think Richard Johnson did, if memory serves, as well, in terms of, you know, how good it is to see him running in hard and fast again, carrying the threat he does. But it's Brooks that gets the nod for this one, and as you say, he too has showed that early potential, didn't he, as Cullen did. Now it's about, can Middlesex turn what was a really promising start to his career into a flourishing fast bowling career for Brooks. Richard Johnson, the bowling coach. He's obviously got Alan Coleman, who we saw on that balcony a little while ago as well. Formerly the bowling coach at Middlesex, now the director of cricket. Ooh, scampered single, I tell you what. Direct hit would have had them asking the question there, I think, of Ul Hassan. Came charging through, but 51 for 1 it is at the end of the 18th. And he's got Tim Mercer, of course, as bowling coach, so what more could he want?
Well, absolutely. Everything is there to help you learn. It's all about you taking it on board and learning from it. So what are we? 75 minutes into the match. Just the one wicket to show for it so far.
Oh, now the release on that seemed different for Higgins. Now, whether he was looking for one to swing, I thought out of the hand that was going to be a booming in swinger from Higgins. Just there, it looked as though, and even before pitching, it still looked as though, you know, if that had gone off the surface as well, then you could just see it adjusted the line slightly, but it didn't go off the surface itself.
Reminded me of the Roland Jones ball against Lancashire.
I mean, that's what Higgins will hope for here, a little bit of movement through the air again. As you can see, sunny conditions at Lord's. Bringing out the colour of the grass as well, that beautiful sunshine at the moment. It's a glorious scene here at the home of cricket. Nurdling forward, that one. Northeast. He'll know that Higgins will have all the tricks up his sleeve, swing, seam. Wily bowler. And at decent pace as well. He's no slouch.
Well, this is Higgins' job, isn't it? As we said earlier about keeping the run rate down. 2 balls left in his 4th over. He's only gone for 5 runs. He's got to be that blotting paper that dries up the run rate.
Oh, now that could be close. The slope's against him, Higgins. Right arm over to the right hander. We talk about this with the left hander. Did it straighten enough to the right hander, this one? Let's see. High as well. Missing top of leg?
I would think enough doubt, certainly. Yeah, umpire Neil Pratt will be fairly confident. I think that's going up and over down the leg side.
good finish. Right back on the spot. A maiden again for Higgins. 51 for 1. Here's that appeal. Now the reason why with the left-hander it's more in play with the right-hander is because you don't have to worry whether it's pitched in line or not. To a right-hander that may well pitch outside the line of off stump and then straighten and still be taken in middle and off, whereas for the left-hander, because that leg stump line is the issue for an umpire, is it pitching in line. But that's why LBW, you might think, well, why is LBW more in play for the right-hander then? 51 for 1.
Oh, the breeze has picked up in the last couple of minutes, as you just saw from that flag. That'll be another reason that Higgins is bowling from the pavilion end, to try and shape it not only away to the right-hander, but also away from the short boundary. And that's probably what's just buffeted Brooks a little as he's run in there.
You can actually hear it on the median centre. Did you hear that? It occasionally creaks in the wind, which is a little disconcerting. But it is made in the image, or certainly inside the image of a ship, isn't it? It was designed by shipbuilders, ship architects, wasn't it? This one, I do believe, I'm right in saying. Some creaking old bones in the background there, Roland Jones. Brooks young and sprightly there, just like Asmaka. He's racking them up here, isn't he? 3 dot balls to begin. Just a single taken off his first 9 deliveries so far, and last year consistency, he was just searching for it slightly, and that's been the mark of this season so far for Brooks, in particularly the Lancashire match. But again here now at Lord's for the visit of Glamorgan. Just trying to get back to where you were, that's the first thing, isn't it? Just get your consistency back. Easier said than done, but he's on the money here against Ul Hassan, who's faced, what, 56 deliveries now, so he's well set. Talk about getting to 30. I don't like getting out unless once they've got to 30, unless they've got to that 50, a big 50. I often think that they should go on once they've got to this stage. Ul Hassan's given himself a start. It's a little bit different for openers. You then have the test of the change bowlers coming in fresh as well. This is where Middlesex will hope. 40 minutes before lunch, there's still a chance to back up that decision to field first. Nearly rewarded with that one.
Well, before today, Zain Hassan had faced 171 balls for the 91 runs that he made this campaign so far. So, not afraid to occupy the crease, but that strike rate still over 50.
Around the wicket with the slope as well. If that had been at the other end, he'd have been asking the question, but from around the wicket to the left-hander, dumping onto the pads like that, slope taking it away past leg. End of the over, 51 for 1.
Well, they normally say if you win the toss and stick the opposition out in, and you want 3 or so wickets by the lunch break, 35 minutes or so to lunch, and 1 wicket so far. Davis to stand up to Higgins now.
Outside again.
I see this a lot with Jav Davis, prepared to stand up to the timbers. To Higgins. We have seen Sam Northeast trying to get well forward to Higgins to try and smother any movement. So this may just be a trick to keep him locked to the crease line.
Oh, stretches for that. And there we go, that's an example. Although not immediately apparent, but keeper standing up, it just means Northeast is within his crease, and the idea is you're stretching that a little bit further away, you're not able to perhaps shuffle as you might.
Yeah, just have to reach for that ball a little bit, and it's a little bit more uppish, potentially not off the middle of the bat, and it just spoons to extra cover. At least that's the theory anyway.
Bounce on that. Good take from Davies behind the stumps. Just 5 runs conceded in his 5th over. It's tight and it's accurate from Higgins. That helps the keeper as well, because look at this one. Just takes a little bit more bounce. Good handwork, good glove work by Higgins standing up. But the consistency of Higgins allows the keeper to stand up as well. He can rely on the bowler knowing that he's going to keep hitting the spot. Inside part of the bat, but again, Northeast's just wary at the pavilion ends, the corridor of uncertainty, that little bit wider, as we say when the bowling's from the pavilion end at Lord's. Right arm over to a right-hander. About it nipping back down the slope, taking that inside edge, but equally, if a bowler can seam it or swing it back up the slope, they really are playing with a great deal of uncertainty on that front foot. Oh. Keeping you up, Max. He's obviously listening to the other lot. End of the 21st, 52 for 1. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand. Your mate of mine, Guy Swindle's doing the radio commentary next door. He's not really sending them all to sleep. Just some of them. Oh, I stroked through. That's nicely done. Backward point. Had a grab at it to try and stop the boundary, but Northeast's ushering it down the slope.
Just again, a punch, well played, and with the pace off the bat and the slope, backward point is not going to stop that. Northeast into double figures. with it only being 1 wicket down. I wonder if Zafagoha will get a chance to turn his arm over for 1, maybe even 2 overs of left arm spin before the lunch break.
Oh, that's nicely done. Just tucked up by that Northeast. Northeast played that one off the back foot previously in the over. That one as well. Punching for 4 already, but that one, again, that's just that area of doubt, isn't it? He's hopping back on the off stump. They're not happily in behind it. It's the slope playing with even the most experienced batter's mind, that one. Deep square set him back for Brooks to Northeast now, but will it be the bluff? I think it may well be. It is. Yeah, you mentioned Zafar there, Macca. I think the answer, again, where it should be yes, has to be yes. Get him on, because down at Canterbury, what really changed in that pitch, from a cricketing perspective, you know, looking at rather than just Middlesex, it was really interesting to see. The heavy roller went on it on day 3, absolutely flattened out. But even by the end of the second day, players were starting to murmur, and that was from the Kent side. This pitch has changed. 16 wickets on the first day, and there should have been more, but Middlesex lost their way with the ball at 79 for 6. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Pretty much a jaffa that from Brooks, Northeast, with a little double look, back to the keeper, back to the bowler, and I think you'll see pursed lips on Northeast for that one as well. There you go. Lovely delivery.
It is. There's a natural shape on that. Only just carriage through though to Davis as well. Just something to keep an eye on there. It was something we spoke about a lot in the Lancashire game, about the carry of the ball.
Angles that one in. Northeast steers the single. He'll keep the strike. He moves to 11. 56, 57 indeed for 1. Let's have a look from behind. Was it through the air that it just went, this one? Here's the front on. I think it was. I think you could just see it there, but you see it more from behind, and maybe that's why it died as well. It wasn't off the seam. It just goes late, just there, through the air, I think, before pitching. It was very, very late swing, though. Just adjusted the line rather than going off the surface and jagging.
Yep, it's coming towards that time of the day.
Beer o'clock.
Well, the cordon is getting less and less populated for Middlesex as this morning goes on. 2 slips and a gully. Point, extra cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and the long leg.
Let's go back to Zafar and whether it would be worth throwing the ball to the spinner before lunch. So day 1 at Canterbury, the ball was seaming and it was bouncing. And of course, if it seams, it generally spins. Middlesex rude a little bit, perhaps, that it's great with hindsight, isn't it? But you look back at the game, maybe he should have been given the ball earlier. Then in the second innings, he said, right, here you go, Zafagoha, here's the ball. It was doing nothing for the seamers. It wasn't spinning, it wasn't seaming, it wasn't swinging. And there wasn't much bounce, and there wasn't any at all. Likewise for the spinner. It wasn't because it was a dry, dusty surface that was going to spin and turn on the first day. It was what was bringing out that seam movement, that bit of live grass. And once the pitch had flattened out, there was just nothing in it for Zafagoha on that third day, which he'd never have thought. All match long, the hope for Middlesex would have been, you got Zafagoha, whatever they're defending, be it 220 or 316 as it was, that the spinner would play a big part. And that's not to take away from the Kent pair. Nothing in it at all for the bowlers, though, that final day. They'll still think, OK, probably could have bowled better, but the change in the pitch, which was interesting for both teams, and a little bit of inside info as well going into that third day. Kent fancied that pitch was going to flatten out, which a little bit of inside knowledge. Heavy roller went on and flatten out it did.
Well, the fact that they made the highest score of the match in the 4th innings for only a couple down kind of tells you all you need to know, really, doesn't it?
It does, and 2 Centurions to see at home as well. 2 down they were, an 8-wicket victory, and it was Zafar Gohar picked up 2 wickets and 2 balls. And at that point, you think, well, here we go. Game's on now for Kent. This is what they're up against. But from that point, where 2 wickets and 2 balls, both taken by, very, very well respected left-arm spinner in the final innings of the match. Okay, only the 3rd day, but the final innings of the match, you think this is going to be tough for Kent. So huge credit to Mieye and Compton for seeing that home. Ooh, a bit of lift on that for Higgins, just popped slightly on. Pop's not the right word, but an extra bit of bounce on that one for North East. He steers 2. And ended at 23rd, 59 for 1. So there was a Centurion in the first innings for Glamorgan last up, wasn't there? When Ingram got 3 figures, but they were still following on.
Absolutely. Quality player for a very long time, Colin Ingram. It does feel like that the 2nd division hasn't quite, and I know we're only in the first day of the 3rd match of the season, but it feels like it's not really taken proper shape yet. Leicestershire top of the standings with a win and a draw. Kent with 2 wins. Derbyshire 3rd, 36 points behind Kent's 38 and Leicestershire's 39. So we're still in the early stages of this campaign. Just going back to the Zafar point, though, what I would say is, if you're going to give him 1 before lunch, why not give him 2? Because if he suddenly rags 1, and then you've got 40 minutes till you can bowl him again, maybe there's a case for giving him 2, just to actually give him a proper look. Where are we? Under 35 minutes. Field it.
Yeah, I agree fully. I think with Zafar Gohar, it's not an obligatory over of spin. It's different when it's a bowler of that ilk, isn't it? And that's where I think in this game, indeed, Mason Crane was injured for the first match of last season. Middlesex and Glamorgan both left out their prominent spin options. I'm just trying to remember who else played in that game, but I'm pretty sure Luke Holman didn't play for Middlesex first game of last season, and nor did Mason Crane. And one of the reflections after the game, or indeed after the first day for Glamorgan, as I seem to remember, was sorry Mason, because they knew he probably should have played that game and could have made a difference having the spinners in that one. Had Middlesex have had Zafar Gohar first game of last season, there's no doubt he'd have played, a kookaburra around. It was a little bit of a surprise that Crane didn't play. Now, he's not available for this one through injury, Mason Crane, but Middlesex do have Zafar Gohar, and yeah, when you've got bowlers of that ilk, it's not an obligatory over of spin before lunch, is it?
Well, we've got a great matchup, haven't we? Zafar against Shoaib Bashir in this game, and obviously Shoaib, from his England point of view, needs to start this season well. It's interesting that Somerset don't think they can get him into the team enough for him to be with them at the moment, so he's come out on loan, which makes sense for all parties concerned.
59 for 1.
Higgins is doing exactly the job we spoke about earlier. When we mentioned it earlier, the run rate was just above 3. Middlesex have got it down to, you see, just a smidge over 2.4. So even though they're not taking the amount of wickets they would have liked, they're not allowing Glamorgan to get into a position of difficulty from a Middlesex point of view.
Oh, now that's edged. Flashing at that one northeast. It flies fine of Gully. Picks up a boundary. Higgins only going for 12 in 6.3 overs, but he'll be walking back, muttering to himself about those runs because he'll have felt that was a wicket to be had. Solid defence on this, and there's Higgins' frustration. This is why he's not a happy bunny. A bit like Byram. It was a naughty shot from northeast. He gets away with it.
He sees the width and just throws his hands at it, doesn't he? Let's be honest.
I feel like I'm getting an insight into your club career, Macca.
Oh, yes.
I saw the width. I threw my hands at it. Macca, it was your first ball.
If it's there, it's going. Life's too short. And unfortunately, as too frequently, so with the innings.
Never die wondering.
Well, that boundary has ruined Higgins' figures, hasn't it? 0 for 12 from nearly 7.
He's angered it as well, is the great bit. Back on the spot to end the over. Not that he was off it, really. Nearly had the wicket with the slightly wider delivery. Hassan still there, though, on 27. 65 balls faced, 43 faced for North East now. He's on to 17, and time eaten up by these two. They've done a fine job 20 minutes before lunch. 63 for 1. Oh, short and put away. Now they've put a square leg back for Rothesay, and I fancy they do have a tactic against him, and also they don't want him sitting on the front foot as he's done, but he's punished them hard there with a handsome hook. There's the wily old spinner that could be throwing the ball before lunch. Hopped over the boundary board as well there, didn't he? Zafar Gohar, who is indeed warming up at the moment, so it looks as though he'll be on soon. Speaking of wily old spinners, no, not you, Mac. I'll give everybody a wave though. But next to you there, John Embury. Give us a wave, Embers. He's on a delay. Would you have thrown the ball to him before lunch? Oh, whiff again, and that one's punched away by Rothesay onto 35, 71 for one now, Glamorgan.
Controlled shot, wasn't it? Again, just that little bit of width, but really well hit, well placed.
Well, he's seen it big now, isn't he? As he's shown on a couple of occasions, he's just started to push on a little bit more. He won't be doing it too much just before lunch, but there's not a great deal of swing out there or seam. That's why Middlesex need to keep it. It's been enough in this pitch this morning. That was spoken about, I think, in terms of the Lancashire pitch, wasn't it? That Richard Johnson, I think, praised it massively, didn't he, the first game of the season here against Lancashire, as we did over the 4 days watching on, that it just felt like a really good cricket wicket. There was plenty of runs and plenty of wickets in it. The balance was perfect. Lancashire holding on for the draw with 2 wickets standing on that final evening, but if you were offline, you were punished. Back on the spot again. The bumper was deliberate, first ball of the over. Fair play. Hassan hooked him hard. But yeah, that last one, just a little bit of width, and again, that gives you a fair idea of this first day pitch. The batters, once they're in, there's runs to be scored, but the bowlers, if they can keep it on the spot, then the batters are kept very, very honest. Cloud covers come over again just before lunch. Whether that does bring a little bit of swing into it, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, now he's pushed that back down the ground beautifully. Probably had a little bit more control on it than I'm giving him credit for, but it felt as though he could easily have chipped that one up. Rothesay wide mid-on in place. Even a straight mid-on, it would have dropped short, but had to check the drive. 73 for one. And it is time, even with the cloud cover coming over for the swing coming into play. You see that breeze, it's a little bit of drift that Middlesex will be hoping for right now, because Zafar Gohar has the ball in hand from the pavilion end.
Those clouds don't exactly look the most friendly. Zafar to bowl from the pavilion end, which again means he's turning it towards the longer boundary. So if Sam Northeast wants to try and take advantage of the short hit to the leg side, he's got to take it against the spin and probably from outside of off stump.
I'd say it'll be turning it up the slope. The boundary definitely plays the biggest part here, hitting against the spin to the shorter boundary. And in turning it up the slope as well, I'll look for a little bit of bounce from that pavilion end, as well as turn. I'm just trying to think of the drift as well. Wind's actually probably not the direction you'd want it to be right now. It would be assisting drift away from the left-hander, where you'd want it drifting in and then turning away. But something Middlesex can play with after lunch. Switch him to the other side, the other end. But yeah, at the moment the short boundary is to the leg side for Northeast. There's the tester of it, also the test of the boots. Ben Geddes there in at short leg. Fortunately, it didn't hurt.
So you've got short leg. There is a deep square leg just off the left-hand edge of the picture. And then the clip mid-wicket fielder off the toes and the mid-on the leg side.
Oh, it's a nice ball. Nod of the head. Look at that from northeast. Line length. Perfect there. Northeast over the top of it.
Well, he's dropped in pretty quickly here, Zaf, hasn't he? He's found his line.
Oh, punched. In between point and cover. Single taken. That's edged. Well. Ul Hassan a little loose. Gets away with it. A wave at it from deep gully as it went in the air.
It may not be one he'll look to repeat too often.
You've got to have a look, haven't you? That's the biggest mistake I think he's made there. His eyes have lit up, and we talked about the bad ball. Very nearly fell to it. Respectfully plays the good ball. And a single taken to end the over. He'll keep the strike. 79 for 1 Glamorgan. Good start here from the away side. Put in, you often won 3 to 4 wickets in a morning when you put a side in, but Ul Hassan has been a real thorn in Middlesex's side, hanging in there today. 73 deliveries. So had a very big LBW appeal, didn't he? Early on from Patterson. Byram nicked what we think would have been Patterson's last ball of a spell. He came back for one more after that. Replaced by this man, Brooks at the nursery end. None for 16 from 5 is a good economy for Brooks. Oh, that's tickled nicely. Down the hill it goes. Patterson goes with it. Shorter boundary and all the way down the hill, so had to scamper there. Even though it was just a little tickle, it was very nearly 4.
Just looking at that scorecard a moment ago, you've still got Carlson to come and Ingram, both of whom have made hundreds this campaign already. The only 2 of the Glamorgan batters who've got to 3 figures.
Oh, that's glorious. Up on his toes. We've seen one cover drive. It's a lovely punch as well. You have to think that's a very, very big boundary and a back foot punch. Very nearly square of the wicket. At that angle, it was beautiful timing. Deserved 4, and all run 3 it is.
I think we might be seeing a lot of 3s in this game. There's a lot of very deep pockets of this outfield.
Deep point being pushed back by Roland Jones. Oh, that's close. Very, very close. Has he got bat on it? Well, if he hasn't, Middlesex can't believe it. They've had 3 huge appeals this morning from the nursery end. Here's the latest. Umpire Peverell said no to all 3. Well, unless there's 2 noises, I'm afraid to say. That is as plumb as they come.
Toby Rowland-Jones was skipping in with his appeal then. That's how convinced he was.
Would have been followed by a boundary, but Roland Jones had put Zafar Gohar back earlier in the over. A little bit of anger from Brooks, I suspect, on that one. Just banged it in a little shorter.
Well, these are the sort of sessions that can get frustrating from a bowling point of view. You bowled well, you put it in good areas, and we've been saying, ideally you want 3 or 4 before lunch when you put a side in. Well, Middlesex have been very close to having 3 or 4. But there's only 1 in the wickets column at the moment. And this is why you want the bowlers to stick with this. They're doing the right things.
End of the over. 6 off it, none for 22 from his 6. Brooks nearly had 1 though. Let's have a look. Was it outside the line of off? No.
The look on Brooks' face when he's heard the words "not out." Can't quite believe that one.
Consistency is going to be the key in this game now for Middlesex. That's all you ask for from umpires is consistency. If you're going to set a very stringent line for decisions, then as long as it's consistent throughout the game, then that's fine. Nice shot, glorious shot that from Northeast, really is. Slightly over pitch from Zafar Gohar, but approaching lunch, pushed up there. Very well respected spinner. He's just over pitched a little bit too much, but nonetheless, it's a lovely shot down the ground.
Yeah, he's too good not to cash in on that one. Four balls left. About 2.5, 3 minutes or so to lunch. All depends on the umpire's clock, though. Is this a conversation about bowling, or is this a conversation for the sake of a conversation to make sure that this one is the last before the break?
Whoa. Northeast just getting over the top of that one, rolling the wrist. That was a little dicey before lunch, but Northeast knows his game. 89 for 1, 29 gone in the morning session. And there'll be one more. Father Time changed direction, pointing more towards the east now. The weather's coming in from the east, but you can just about make out that that big hand is just shy of ticking time towards 1 o'clock.
Or on your watch, just past Mickey's left ear.
I was more Roadrunner than Mickey Mouse.
Loved Roadrunner. Wile E. Coyote. I felt so sorry for Wile E. Coyote. I mean, when you think about it, he came up with some of the greatest schemes of all time, and not one of them paid off. He'd have been a great cricket captain, Wile E. Coyote. Wouldn't he? I mean, he'd have fielders in the most bizarre places, but the ball would always land half a metre short of them.
I'd give him a game and a half before he was sacked. You can imagine the dressing room.
Yeah, it would be quite lively.
They'd be full of Mutleys, wouldn't they? Grumble, grumble, grumble. I won't do the impression. Oh, now. Just every now and again there's been a little lapse this morning from Glamorgan. It led to the dismissal of Byram. North East had one edged off Higgins, just fine of Gully. Rothesay similarly nearly chipped one to Gully a couple of overs back with the bowling from the pavilion end just before lunch. Well, he's got his 50 on his mind, hasn't he?
When the Glamorgan batters have been in their bubble, to use the modern phrase, they've been okay, but when they've gone for those big attacking shots, they've almost been more dangerous to the batters than anything else at the moment. I guess Middlesex therefore have to find a way to get them out of the bubble more often.
Oh, that is some timing. That is some way to bring up the 50. Well, we saw him get a back foot punch away in the last over. It didn't quite make the boundary then either. Similarly, not so this time. It's a massive boundary and uphill all the way, but Rothesay brings up the 50 with 3 runs. And a sweetly timed 3 it was as well off the back foot. It's been a sweetly timed 50 for the most part. Some real seam and testing movement early on from Middlesex this morning. He's dug in well for Glamorgan and given them a very, very good start here.
Fair play to him. He's got the start now.
North East again, dicing with death as he plays around a full straight one. It's a dot ball to mid-wicket, and it's lunch on the first day. 50 partnership brought up by that 3. It took Rothesay to a half century. He has 27 of the partnership, 23 for North East. Middlesex putting Glamorgan in this morning. The away side will be very, very happy with their morning's work, and they'll dine happily with just 1 down. Middlesex will know that they did most things right this morning, just perhaps missed a little X factor, which they'll look for after lunch. They perhaps missed a little bit of luck as well. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes on the live stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. At lunch on day 1, Glamorgan put in 92 for 1. or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat, again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Bat, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
To resume for Glamorgan, Zayn Al-Hassan and 50, who would take strike.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. First day of this county championship match in Division 2, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me Andrew McKenna, and alongside the Middlesex captain Toby Rowland-Jones. It's Ryan Higgins on the left there to get play going after lunch from the pavilion ends. A fine morning for Glamorgan, 92 for 1 having been put in by Middlesex. Bowled well this morning, particularly the new boy Dame Patterson made a good impression from the nursery end. He's got the 1 wicket to Cody Byram, nicking off through to Jack Davies for 18, but 50 for Al-Hassan, 23 for North Easts, and mostly a job well done this morning for the visitors. 2 slips and a gully for Higgins after lunch. And Al-Hassan as well to get bad on it again, but that's been the game all morning. A little bit of wobble here and there. There's not been a great deal of assistance. Smile from the umpire as if to say, yep, that would have been a pretty big appeal, wouldn't it, had bat not been involved.
I think the conversation over the lunch table would have been very interesting, and this is where your head coach being a bowler comes into it, because Richard Johnson would have had these kind of mornings before, won't he? In the fact that Middlesex did not bowl badly. They had 2 very big shouts for LBW, neither given. So that then puts you 3 in the wicket column and gets you Ingram and Carlson to the crease. And then it looks a slightly different game if you can get one of them out early doors as well. But of course, only 92 for 1. They're still watching.
Bowled again.
I'm interested to see who's going to go again from this end. Patterson is the obvious one. They always say start the session with your 2 best bowlers.
Yeah, and Higgins number 12 in his 8th now, getting the nod ahead of Rowland-Jones at the pavilion end.
Well, we got through 30 overs in the opening session. We were an over down according to the over rate.
Often talk about a ball coming to life after 7, 8, 9 overs. The lacquer comes off one side, but it can be 30 overs sometimes. The ball really comes to life after a session. Duke's balls in particular. Sometimes it just takes a little bit something different with the ball. Really one side to start to rough up, and because we talk about the lacquer coming off, the lacquer may start to come off one side after 8 overs, but that doesn't mean it started to get rough on that side. It's just the lacquer's coming off. By this point now, it's starting to get rough on one side, but the other side, the fielding side, are doing their very best to keep as new as possible.
I'm not sure this one's going to swing. I'm a big believer that it needs to be a little bit warmer for it to swing. It feels like there just needs to be a little bit of heat, maybe a little bit of humidity to aid swing. But it's far from heat and humidity today.
Well, that was the case down at Canterbury. Clear blue skies, green top underneath though. So logically you say, well, why does what's underfoot have anything to do with what's going on with the ball through the air? Well, it is that little bit of moisture in the ground, and as you say, that bit of humidity in the air, because it was swinging in the first couple of days down at Canterbury. Interesting, it didn't on the 3rd day. Here's a man that gets the ball to do a bit. 1 for 20 from his 8. Probably doesn't tell the story of that morning spell for Dame Patterson on debut for Middlesex. No ball. Only the 2nd extra of the innings, but it'll count as 2, as a no ball does. The only other extra, I believe, was a leg bye. It's the first one, as such, against the bowlers. Oh, he's put that up there, asking the question, Patterson. You just see the bowler's reaction. He thought he was going to get through there. Northeast, a couple of times early in this innings, just falling across a little bit. And if you look at where the head was there, slightly a little bit more leg side, and he's played around it. I think Patterson was getting very excited, but that is northeast sway. And criticism of a well-established technique.
Tries to bring him forward. Do you want to drive outside of off stump? Answer is negative. I think Patterson's going to be a great pickup for Middlesex. Being a man of the East Midlands originally, I've followed quite a lot of his career when he was with Notts. And, you know, all the talk of Kane Williamson, arguably Patterson might be a bigger pickup. He's not a bigger name, but he might just be the bigger pickup.
Yeah, I think the biggest hole in the Middlesex squad last year was probably in the seam department. But then you could argue similarly, spin, you know, Safa Gohar has added a whole different level to what was a talented but young and inexperienced spin department. They've got a vastly experienced and hugely talented spin bowler. Ooh, now. That just had a little bit of shape through the air again, didn't it? Maybe not as much as I thought. There was one from Higgins before lunch that out of the hand, you thought this is going to come swinging in and quite do as much as you were expecting. I thought out of the hand from that one looked as though it was going to go.
The action looked like it was for an in-swinger, didn't it? It just didn't then quite follow. Seemed to be that over the top of the one.
.94 for one. Altogether 32nd, so this is the last in terms of the first full session. 32 overs per session in a day, of course. It rarely works out like that. But yeah, in terms of your point, that Roland Jones in the background there, the leading wicket taker Higgins, who's bowling at the other end, Mr. Reliable as well for Middlesex, but they just missed a second strike bowler last year alongside the skipper. Had they have had one, I think they'd be in Division 1 right now. Inside edge from Northeast. Just going to watch this one again through the air. It's not doing a lot, but it is just doing a little bit at the moment. That one just swinging in, but taking the inside edge. The wind is blowing left to right as well, which should aid that in-swing for Higgins. It's for Patterson. It's quite a strong wind again today. Should be bringing the temperatures down, as you were saying, Macca, as well. 17 degrees out there. I can promise you the camera crew at lunch. Yeah, the camera crew at lunch said it did not feel like that at all.
I think you can take a big old chunk. Wow. I have to say, I wasn't expecting the number to be that high.
That's nicely done. Watchfully done. Hassan will get a couple. 96 for 4. Yeah, you can't underestimate the wind chill, how that dramatically affects the temperature. It'll bring up the 100 for Glamorgan. Not fully in control for Hassan, but got himself into a position, as we say, to give himself every chance. Back and across. Didn't push too hard at it, did he?
Soft hands. Takes it downwards. So even if there'd been another fielder in the cordon, would have really had to have been close for that to have carried. As you say, the 100 up in the 33rd. If you're just joining us this afternoon on the enhanced stream, that 100 for 1 doesn't really tell a full tale.
No, not to do Glamorgan a disservice in any way, but there have been a lot of edges this morning, haven't there? And that's where Middlesex, I think, because I'll look at the run rate, right, 3 and over, it's too high. But there were a lot of edges, and there's that short boundary, as you talked about this morning. You know, that can be worth an extra 50 to 100 runs per innings, really. As short a boundary as that is.
That's good again.
Full defence from Hassan to end the over. It's where he spent the majority of the morning defending on the front foot, but he's still going at a strike rate over 50, and impressively so as well. Northeast doing nicely with him as well. He'll have his eye on another big one. Not quite 300. Glamorgan 100 for 1.
Second match of the day is now being weather affected. Warwickshire Notts, they've been off at Edgbaston since the 10th over, and now they've left the field down at Southampton with Somerset 94 for 6 against the home side. So it's in the West Midlands and on the South Coast. We are potentially due some here, but not until the final session.
Leg side, that one's drifting down. Nope. Nope, not for me. I think there was a fair bit on show of Midland. Well, certainly off. Oh my goodness me, I thought it hit front pad. That's back pad. Oh dearie me. It might still have been doing too much on that angle, but it had a much better chance than I realised at first. I thought that was hitting front pad.
Yeah, Patterson went running off, holding his head there. He really wanted that one.
I've got to see that one again for myself as much as anything. I assumed that that was front pad and drifting down, but that's hitting back pad, which changes matters. Let's watch the back foot. Does it come? Some big calls so far this morning. Some big appeals from that man in particular. He's had 3 of them. Hans has been not out on every occasion. Eddie Byram, the 1 wicket to go. He suggested certainly that he didn't think that he hit the ball. Looked through on the drive. And the opinion of the umpire through to Davies. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Sam Northeast's. Well, that would have felt so good for the right-hander.
There's nothing prettier than a well-executed cover drive along the carpet, is there?
Glamorgan 104 for 1. Patterson, though, would have felt that Northeast shouldn't have had the chance. So there's a... I don't know whether he hits the pad on the way down with the bat, does he? It looked to me as though, yeah, he hits the back pad with the bat as it comes through, and that's where he doesn't hit the ball, because he hits the pad first. There's the bat just being... or the back pad being flicked. As I say, the key now is consistency. It's a not-out game. Yeah, my first thought on that one was it hit the front pad, which hadn't come a long way across at all, and you could see all of off and some of middle. But because it hit the back pad, that's the real game changer in that last one. I think there's no doubt that one would have gone upstairs, and I don't think it would have been umpire's call. It was one that was perhaps at best hitting top of the leg, wasn't it, this morning, that we thought maybe umpire's call, but
well, this is what we spoke about during the morning, about bowling attacks getting frustrated, getting down on themselves if they don't feel like they're getting the luck and they're not getting the rewards in the wicket column. 1 wicket, 3 big appeals, very close appeals. Scoreline that could look very different, but they are doing the right things.
he's had a number of good leaves this morning, hasn't he?
That's a better leave than the one before lunch. And the one before lunch was tight.
Let's have a look. Now, this is the one behind. It doesn't look quite as close from behind, does it? It's always worth seeing both angles, because front on, this looks incredibly close.
And that also actually is quite important for the umpire, just seeing that bounce. So when we're taking into account these LBW shouts, that actually had cleared the stumps by more than we thought.
Away. There's a little bit of a fingertip on it, not enough though, because it is a short boundary down there. 4 more for Hassan and Glamorgan.
Sadly, from the Middlesex point of view, can't get enough of a hand on that. And away she goes.
108 for 1. Flag. Don't particularly know which direction it wants to point. It's the pennant indeed. MCC pennant above the grandstand, doesn't quite know which way it wants to point. The wind's coming in from the east now. He's got him. This time Patterson strikes. He knew it, and Northeast as well knew it. He pretty much turned and walked, didn't wait for the finger on that one. Sam Northeast, 300 the last time he was at Lord's, 27 this. Dane Patterson getting his second, and Middlesex's second of the innings. And a debut that's got him up and running already. And he was certainly running away there after a faint little tickle on Northeast forward defence. A little turn, a little inquiry. Middlesex were confident they had their man. Northeast gone for 27. Court Davies with the bowling of Patterson. Glamorgan 108 for 2.
Yeah, committed pretty hard to the front foot there. Went at it. And gets that feather of an edge through. That won't take the edge off of the disappointment for Patterson, but 2 for now on debut. Middlesex feel that their hard work has at least been partially rewarded, not fully. Carlson walks to the crease with 100 already to his name this season.
Middlesex needed that wicket. You have a couple of big LBW decisions, and they'll feel they had 3 big LBW decisions in this innings so far that have been rejected. You can all of a sudden feel that the game and the day is against you. But Northeast tickling through. Luke Holman in the foreground there on as a sub fielder. Just having a look to see who for. Carlson drawn into that, wide outside off stump. Now the slope takes the ball away from the right-hander. So again, all the lines there are wrong. Doesn't need to be involved in that at all.
That's a man who's fresh at the crease, isn't it? Up against a quality operator in Patterson. Makes you do things you don't necessarily want to do.
Over the top of that one. And again, if that's pavilion end, you kind of understand. You say, all right, fine. You can half imagine that early in the innings as well, you're really worried about your off stump with the slope. But nursery ends, if that comes back up the slope and takes your off stump from there and on that length, walk off and say fair dues. That's good from Patterson. He hasn't got a long way forward there, Carlton. That's the ooh and the ah in the fields. Certainly can't be leaving this one alone on length, which in some ways you can see him getting squared up by that on the back foot. That's partly because he could well have been forward, but again, flip side, he's played it late into the ground, angled bat, soft hands. Drops the bat inside the line of that one. It's the fine balance, though, of back and front foot. Cricket in general. Plunge forward and you try and negate any movement on that previous delivery. You play back like that. If it moves, you've played it late, you've played it with soft hands, you've got your head in line, but if it moves, playing that one on the back foot, you could be in real trouble. Off the mark. A couple here in between mid-wicket and mid-arm. Jones and skipping back to field it. Wicket start the over. Northeast edging through to Davies. Morgan 110 for 2.
I'll say something now that will shock you to the core. It's raining in Manchester. Yeah, thought not.
I was corrected the other day. The second wettest county, or the wettest county, is not Lancashire.
It's not even close, is it? When you actually, apparently, when you do the numbers, Lancashire isn't in terms of days lost in terms of cricket. They don't lose that many. Is the claim? I mean, that might be partly due to the fact they've spent a lot on the drainage, and therefore the rain that does fall clears away. I'm trying to. Was it Leicestershire? I think that loses the most days.
Well, you might have stumped me there.
I may be completely wrong on that, so do not make a note of that for a pub quiz.
I'm going off the wettest county as opposed to the most days lost, is the way I'm going to bail myself out of this. I'm going to scramble out of this hole, because Essex is the driest county. The wettest county, I believed, was Lancashire. However, I was corrected to say that, in fact, the wettest county was Glamorgan. Cue all the Glamorgan messages now.
Just firing up the emails. Dear sir!
But I always thought it was Lancashire. However, now you've thrown me, because maybe days lost. Days lost is different to what is the wettest county.
Yes.
Durham always stick their hand up, don't they? Because
Well,
on the East
that's
Coast.
yes. That's also one of the coldest.
Coldest, absolutely. I don't think that anybody can argue that. But because they're on the East Coast, it is not one of the wettest. Whereas Lancashire and Glamorgan are both the first to receive anything that comes in from the Atlantic. Or indeed the Irish Sea, of course, for Lancashire, and I suppose for North Wales as well. But South Wales, that would be the Atlantic, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful parts of the world, that southwest coast of Wales. Pembrokeshire, Cardiganshire, and to St David's.
And of course, one of the most famous grounds in world cricket. 6 sixes were struck in and over at Swansea. Some bloke called Sobers. Hooked away again. If there is any theory of short stuff to Ul Hassan, he's dispelled it pretty well so far today. Solidly in behind to win the over, Carlson. 2 from 6. Glamorgan 111 for 2.
Well, he was a little bit delayed getting here and getting that shirt on for the first time. But he's making up for a bit of that lost time so far. He's bowled well.
You can see why they wanted him already. The fact that he likes the nursery end is even better for Middlesex. Much debate here now that the wettest test ground with our, this is the work from our frantic researchers, the armies of them. This is a 2009 stat. The wettest test ground was indeed Old Trafford. Being a test ground, but having a test ground as well, so maybe I was right all along, Macca.
The whole thing about these stats, though, regarding days lost is, I mean, if you were comparing days play lost, a ground that is used more will potentially lose more, if you see what I'm saying. India has got so many test venues that they actually rotate them around, so they don't get that many. So we may be disappearing down a rabbit hole we'll never get
I'm
back
sticking
from.
to my original premise, the wettest county. What is the wettest county? That's the easiest way to stick to it, isn't it?
Very good point made from the back of the box. Therefore, Worcestershire must be the wettest because you need a boat to get in and out of the ground half the season. Oh, you do feel sorry for them, don't you? It's such an amazing cricket venue, but long term you have to ask the question. I'm gonna, apologies for using the phrase, are you swimming against the tide?
Now that had a bit of shape back up the slope. See, it's just off the seam through the air. Seam movement. But noted a huge amount of it today.
Note the way that Carlson rips the head back round to say, okay, how far is that actually going to nip back?
Well, again, his first ball, he played a long, long way away, didn't he? You're saying that that's not going to come that far back up the slope. There's only a little bit of movement on that one, but enough to make it noteworthy. Sharply angling towards that off stump to end the over. Just the single off it. 38 done, and Glamorgan are 112 for 2.
Well, of course, it's not just Middlesex who could benefit from this spell from Dame Patterson, but of course South Africa will be here in a few weeks for the World Test Championship final. And you would imagine Patterson is one of the reasons that he is here and now. Be very helpful from their point of view if he is fully au fait and settled in.
One of South Africa's finest at the nursery end. Zimbabwe's finest at the pavilion end. Anyone better? At the moment, in present, I mean.
Well, we'll find out in a few weeks' time at Trent Bridge, won't we? The one thing I would say is, unfortunately, Zimbabwe test-wise are very under-raced. Don't play many games. So in a way, it's a little bit tricky to know exactly who actually are their best players at the moment, because I was looking at some numbers recently. I think they've only played something like 2 test matches in the last year, 18 months. So who knows?
Oh, it's punched just fine. The cover field, they'll get back for a second. 115 for 2. Of course I'm being mischievous, because we had this conversation in the first round. I think we did at some point that, were he just a batter and not a bowler, and not considered a genuine all-rounder as he is, but was considered just a batter, on his stats alone, England would have had to have considered him in recent years. Put together huge numbers. And there was the point when Stokes was injured. His name was mentioned as to whether he could fill in. Mischievously it was mentioned that Stevens was the best all-rounder in the country if you looked past Stokes, but actually Higgins' stats are better, or were. Can't imagine they've gone downhill dramatically in the last couple of years, so he's been Player of the Year at Middlesex.
Just on that England-Zimbabwe test at Trent Bridge, where do you stand on 4-day test matches? I'm not sure, you know. We play over 4 days because that's what first-class county cricket is. The test matches are supposed to be 5 for me.
Well, the difference, the major difference, and although yes, we're sat here at a test venue at the moment, Sapphire Gardens is a test venue. The difference, one of the biggest differences, that's the end of the over, 115 for 2, is the quality of the pitches. Yeah, and that's why when you talk about bowling at an international length, bowling at a county length, or bowling at a club length, the reason why each of those is different is mainly down to the quality of the pitches, the pace of the pitch, the bounce in a pitch. You can't bowl on most test pitches around the world a county length. You most certainly can't bowl a club length because batters will just sit on the front foot and play you all day long. You bowl an international length even at county level and it's too short because batters will be regularly either beaten on the back foot with pretty lengths as they call them. That steered nicely. Top of it again, Rothesay, which has been the story of the day from the Glamorgan opener. He's been in good positions to play all day long. It's an impressive knock so far. But yeah, so a 4-day international, well, there's two things. One, in this country, 4 days, I mean, look at the Lancashire match. Well, Lancashire match isn't a good example because we had the full 4 days, didn't we? But the time lost, and we've just come from, you know, the talk of rainfall in the wettest counties in this country. you know, for 4 days this time of year, you generally think you're going to lose a couple, 3, maybe 4 sessions per match at least. Oh, ouch. Where's he rubbing?
Nowhere, which I think is quite telling.
Is he going to bend double? Was it via an inside edge?
Flush.
Oh, now nearly drawn into something that he shouldn't have been. There have been a couple in his 112 deliveries. Maybe that's a third, best or worst, or fourth, whichever way you look at it. Very few loose shots from Al Hassan so far today.
But again, it's that line. He's gone across, and all the balls today that have kind of been problematic for the batting point of view is that when they've been chasing the wider ones. And you can probably argue it's the ball before that makes him then play that shot, because it's got him out of his bubble. He sees that little bit of width and thinks, right, here we go. Unfortunately for his point of view, no edge.
Bad balls take wickets, and that whether it's international, county or club. Oh, that kept a fraction low. Only a fraction. But talks about playing off the back foot more in terms of Carlson, but here. Oh, outside to edge.
Wow. But it only needs one of those, doesn't it? And then all of a sudden, both batters will be thinking about it. The dressing room will certainly be thinking about it.
Well, he's just had a wander there, hasn't he? Al Hassan prodded away at that spot. You know, we're not talking about a grubber or anything like that, but it's just a fraction lower than he expected. Oh, and look at him come down the track now. Get right in behind it. End of the over. 117 for 2. Here's that one. Now, if you look at the length, yes, you can understand why he's played that off the back foot. The other thing's the slope. Right arm around to a left-hander. The slope's going off stump to leg. It does mean that one can keep a fraction low.
I would argue that one going slightly lower is more dangerous than the grubber, because the grubber, the batter's thinking, well, there's nothing I can do about that, I'll put it out of my mind. Just one that keeps slightly lower, then starts playing with you a bit. Well, hang on, do I play forward, do I play back? In a weird way, the one that almost rolls, yes, it could take a wicket, but it's such a freak of a ball that a batter may not have it in his mind at this point. Roland Jones back into the attack.
Yeah, Higgins was going at over 2 and over, get him off. Carlson's been... I was going to say fidgety, but almost indecisive. First ball that he received, that one there, a great deal of foot movement, wasn't there? The bat went across. Almost felt like an afterthought. Oh, now. Wasn't indecisive about that at all, was he? Went full-blooded at a drive. Again, look at the feet. Front foot hasn't particularly gone anywhere.
It's gone forward. A lot of batters now don't do it the old-fashioned way of get to the pitch of the ball, so they sort of at least get the movement of and the weight going forward. But that was quite a separation between bat and pad,
especially with that slope in mind. Now, you can see he got himself moving there, didn't he? I'm sure his trigger movement on that one was different. It was almost the Max Holden, that, wasn't it? Back and front, boom, boom. Get yourself forward and across. Especially with that slope in mind, you've got to be pretty decisive. Again, there you go. Look at the... There's been a real change, it seems, here in Carlson in the last couple of deliveries. Just watch his trigger movement. It's the Max Holden, isn't it, that we talk about. See Roland Jones angling that one in because he's thinking about, okay, you're going to walk across, right, let's see if I angle one, spear one in. 117 for 2. Let's have a look at him early in the over. Let's just see the foot movement. See, there's none. There's no trigger movement, and he ends up with that thick inside edge onto the pads. We talked about that front foot just didn't come across as it needed to for a shot like that, particularly early in the innings. Yes, later in the innings, maybe when you see the ball a little bit bigger.
It's almost that the head was going and the foot had to follow, as opposed to the foot leading and then going in, wasn't it? That was the difference.
Edged. Fine of second. Would it have carried to a third?
With a big stagger, would have been a tricky catch. Not out of the realms of possibility.
Sounds like you and I on a Saturday night. Not when it's mid-match, of course. No staggering on a Saturday night for us then. It is a bank holiday weekend, though. What do you reckon, Macca?
Possibly.
outside the line of off. Talked about Carlson's trigger movement. Al-Hassan gets a fair way across here, unless that's hitting very much the outside of the front pad. Yeah,
you can virtually see off stump, can't you? They throttled down on that appeal fairly quickly, if we're honest.
It's the left-hander slope going off to leg, so you have to be sure. End of the over, 117 for 2. Now this has nothing to do with our conversation about staggering, of course, but that's the members bar just above the home dressing room.
Cracking view from there today, wouldn't it? Down the line of the pitch.
I tell you what, that's a spot to leave you. You wouldn't get away with that in the theatre, would you? You can't leave your drinks there. Be quite the shower for Richard Johnson and co-below. Could you imagine? You're deep in conversation, you lean onto the balcony, not realising the chap behind you's put his beer down, and all of a sudden Richard Johnson's having a shower of beer.
Well, I say it's good to wash your hair in beer. I mean, I don't know if it'll make it regrow.
Is that your secret, Macca?
Lustrous, mate, lustrous.
Wait, hold on a minute, I was too soon on that. What did you say? It's good to wash your hair in beer, but I don't know if it makes it grow.
Yeah, it's probably Richard Johnson if he gets... Can you imagine being Richard Johnson though, and so all of a sudden he's... You know, you might expect the odd spot of rain, but you're not expecting 3/4 of a pint.
I could more imagine being the person that nudged the beer down. Oh, now he's got him. That nips away up the slope, which is a brilliant delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones. And Carlson prods once on a length as he walks off, but that is a gem of a delivery from the skipper, and no wonder he's smiling. Just watch this go. There's that corridor of uncertainty from the pavilion end where the right-hander has to think desperately about his off-stump, but that ball pitches, leaves him, and a little tickle through to the keeper. An absolute delight for this man. His first wicket of the match, Middlesex's third. Carlson has to go for 4. Davies with his third catch, and Glamorgan 117 for 3.
1 wicket in the first session. Coming up to an hour of the afternoon session, 2 more to the total for Middlesex, and they will feel they will start to get the reward for the work that they put in earlier. Didn't get the rewards that their bowling in the first session deserved, but they now have 3, and they have Colin Ingram walking to the crease in the South African.
Yeah, no sooner Middlesex, no later than Middlesex would have wanted, really. Try and get it. What remains the biggest name in this Glamorgan order for sure. Ingram, wonderful track record, but against Middlesex over the years, plenty of damage done. A century in that first innings last week against Gloucestershire.
Made his first class debut 20 years ago, Colin Ingram. Easterns versus the Free State in Bloemfontein, January 2005. A winter that England were in South Africa. No, sorry, that was the previous winter, wasn't it?
2004.
It was 2004-5. Yes, it was the 2004-5. It was that series going into the Ashes.
It was the Patterson debut, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Not many playing in that series who are still going now, so it gives you an idea of the longevity of Ingram's career.
Pitching outside the line of legs, so Ingram happily onto the back foot. This is a big match-up now. Roland Jones, a wicket in his pocket at last in this game. It's Brooks warming up in the foreground. I suppose it is an hour since lunch already, isn't it? So Patterson at the nursery end will be coming to the end of his spell, but I do wonder, Patterson be in the ear of the skipper now saying give me a go at Ingram early on.
You would normally say, oh, that is a close single. I was about to say, you'd normally say 1 over too few is better than 1 too many, but maybe at the moment, with Patterson, you might say, go on, give me 1 more if you can.
Yeah, Brooks is warmed up and ready to go, but there must be a temptation. It's one of those things, adaptability. Look, everybody being sent back for the last ball of the over now. Deep third goes back. Deep square. Or is it just a bluff, or is there? I thought that. Oh, it's Ul Hassan, my apologies. Of course, they took the single the previous ball. I forgot the single had taken. I thought, my goodness me, are they really looking to go for giving him the single? But end of the over, a single it is, and deep square and deep third set back, because there's certainly some sort of theory against Ul Hassan about the shorter ball, which was what was happening there. 43 bowls. Glamorgan 118 for 3, and it is going to be Brooks replacing Patterson. 2 for 31 from 14 from 5 from the debutant for Middlesex. Brooks none for 25 from 7. New batter for Brooks to have a look at.
Just had the odd one this morning where he seemed to lose his line a little bit leg side, particularly to Zain Al Hassan, and coming around the wicket to the left-hander down the slope, therefore opens up the shorter side. If he does the same to Ingram, he might have a problem.
Now he does have a problem here, I think. Oh, was the bat involved? Well, we saw on a couple of overs back to Ul Hassan keep a fraction low from Patterson. The umpire smiling is Brooks. Now, look at that go. If the ball before kept a fraction low, whether it was an angry Brooks has bent his back, but a little bit of lift there from Ingram and something to think about from his first couple of deliveries at the nursery end.
My thought on that appeal before was potentially height.
Yeah, I
and
think
that'll be
umpire's
backed up in the umpire's mind with that last ball. But it's good to see that there was some genuine oomph behind that.
Edge and gone! What a delivery from Brooks! He's picked up Ingram, 5th ball, gone for 1, his 3rd ball of a new spell, and that's as good a ball as he'll have bowled all season, Brooks. A beautiful delivery. And you can see what it means to Middlesex. They didn't get the return this morning, they're getting it after lunch though. And that is a corker of a ball to take the outside edge. Ingram's feet perhaps not quite moving early in his innings, but nonetheless around the wicket, just holding its line against the slope. There's the celebration. Not any old wicket either. Colin Ingram caught Davies, his 4th catch of the innings. Brooks with his 1st wicket. Ingram's gone for 1. Glamorgan 118 for 4.
3 balls to take a wicket. The first couple set it up. The 3rd one takes the wicket, and the bowling coach has got his notepad out to make a note of that.
Told you so.
There was a big tick, wasn't it?
Has he just been set up to do that? You're on camera, Mertz. I think they might know.
It's either that or it's milk, eggs, bread.
Spike was going right on the... It was going bright red on the right there. He knew he was on camera. How long will this man be on camera for? Kellaway comes out to join Ul Hassan. 118 for 4 in the 44th here. And Middlesex tails up after lunch on the first day. They've put the visitors in. Only 1 wicket down at the interval. Byron this morning, who didn't think he nicked it either. But he's one of 4 catches for Jack Davies. And as Kellaway joins Ul Hassan, all of a sudden 118 for 4 becomes a very different scoreboard, especially with North East and Ingram in particular back in the hutch. If they could pick up Ul Hassan now, goodness me. But equally, they've got an end open. Nice start from Brooks, just pushes Kellaway back. He'll be relatively happy with it. It's obviously still early season, so it's not going to be express pace playing off the back foot. And on that line, getting behind it, get the feel of bat on ball. It's a fair bet this next one though. We're going a fair fraction fuller. 3 slips in place. Ooh, wide though. Hangs it out there.
The 21-year-old Kellaway's walked in at a situation here, hasn't he? 9th first-class game. Can Brooks get another one, and this will really change the feel of this game. Middlesex winning the toss and putting Glamorgan in earlier today.
That's the one he was looking for last up. It's angled in towards the off stump. Kellaway would have been absolutely nailed on. That's where that ball would have been going. In a good position, he plays it. Let's block out. Here's the 3 deliveries to start the over. Started with that big appeal. My fancy is umpire's call on that. I reckon it would have been clipping, but then a lifting ball, which perhaps resulted in the lack of foot movement on the wicket delivery. In no man's land playing that one. Ingram, not often you'll say that. Big 3 deliveries, 118 for 4. Edge and taken at the second attempt. Oh, that nearly popped out. Deploy hangs on. Roland Jones, well, he can laugh now. That one really hit hard at the fielder. It bounced out of the hands hard. But they have Ul Hassan, and they have an incredible start to the afternoon session here. After a slow wicket morning, look at this. Well, I tell you what, he's got it with soft hands. That probably what, as hard as it comes out of the hands, he went at it with soft hands. He did most things right, which is probably why he gets that second grab at it. Didn't go too hard at it, didn't snatch it. Holds on at the second attempt. I was just waiting to see if there was the moment's doubt from Roland Jones. There wasn't. He's happy with that one. He's got a second wicket to ploy with the catch at second slip. Ul Hassan, it's been a really good innings for 65, 124 balls. But Glamorgan are now 118 for 5.
If you've been with us from the start today, here on the enhanced stream, supported by Daffabet from Middlesex, you will have seen the pre-match interview that Richard Johnson did, and they were talking, referring back to last week against Kent and having the opposition 6 down and not being able to finish the job. during the huddle there, Toby Rowland-Jones has got to be saying, right, 92 for 1 has become 118 for 5. They do not get past insert number here, whatever he's thinking. This is where Middlesex absolutely have to now be ruthless. They've got 2 new batters at the crease who face 3 balls between them. Now, Chris Cook is very experienced, but everyone starts on 0, don't they?
They do indeed. 2 batters on 0. Kellaway, 3 balls faced. Cook will have 2 slips in a gully behind him. Roman Jones will be going hard at the top of that off stump now. 2 for 25 into his 9th. He didn't start the afternoon session with the ball in hand. You go to your best 2 bowlers to start any session, and he threw it to Higgins from the pavilion end. But he's right on the spot at the moment. The Middlesex skipper. It doesn't feel like there's been a massive difference in the bowling performance pre-lunch and post-lunch from Middlesex. But I guess this is the mantra, isn't it? That you stick to your task, you keep going, you get your reward in the end.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier, wasn't it? About having a head coach who is a bowler. And probably over the lunch table saying, look, we didn't do a great deal wrong. Just keep doing it. Don't get bored of doing good things. And where the ball was beating bats before lunch, post-lunch, it's grazing the edge, and thank you very much.
Hanging that one a little outside off. Can get up a great deal again.
Don't know if he's talking to anyone or just himself, but he's merrily chuntering away, the skipper there, isn't he?
Did you see Maguire's 121st minute header last night? Massive Manchester United fan, Roland Jones. I was thinking we were going out. And Mainu puts one in. 1 minute later, Maguire does it again, and we're through. That's what he'd be saying to himself now, Toby. Manchester United lost 4-1 on Sunday when Middlesex lost that game down at Canterbury, and I had to do the interview with Toby just after the United defeat. Oh, look at that come back in. Well, the bowler didn't go up, they did behind the stumps. There's much went up in terms of what a beautiful delivery that was, and he knows it. The Jaffa from the skipper, last ball of the over, angling back in, and then look at it go, just holds its line. It doesn't go down the slope with the line, the angle that he bowled it. For all the world, the batter's got to think that's crashing back into off stump. Drawn into it and beaten. Crucially for Middlesex, Ul Hassan wasn't beaten, the edge was taken. Deploy taking the catch at second slip, and Ul Hassan gone for 65, 118 for 5, Glamorgan.
Yeah, had to play at that one, Cook, because of the angle. The previous couple were further outside off stump. That one needed to be played out, though.
As did that. They do just feel as though it's not they're bowling significantly better, but they're in a spell at the moment now, aren't they? And just first ball of the over from Brooks, that's what you want. You want to make sure your first ball's on the spot. Jones was last over, he got the wicket first ball, but they're both feeling as though they're deep into their spells right now, in the rhythm, in the groove. And there's another edge. Just short of Higgins. Deploy in the middle there. Eskenazi on the left and on the right, Ryan Higgins. Thought for a moment at carry, but all the reactions suggest not. Yep.
Although Higgins is coming up. He's just taken half a step closer. In fact, so's Deploy as well at second.
Higgins now calling for something from the balcony. They signal back, whatever it is. Higgins at third slip wanted it. So there's the staggering of them. Just watch as they'll be about to settle now. They'll take their places in a moment. See how deep Eskenazi is. Slip. Who is Eskenazi on the left? Always the deepest. Then Deploy. Really see it actually, Deploy and Higgins, even at the front on angle there. They've both just taken a step forward, haven't they?
I mean, Deploy is the interesting one for me because generally speaking, second slip is about a similar alignment to the keeper, but he's well in front. That's the indication that they think that it potentially won't carry with a fending edge. Obviously, if the full-blooded shot, then it's take cover, lads. But so Deploy is well forward, and Higgins is almost hidden in the helmet.
Angle bat. Very well run away. Deploy is giving a very rapid chase, but it keeps on going. Welcome boundary for Glamorgan. That was dabbed deliberately by Cook. It takes Glamorgan to another boundary. So the total moves along to 1-2-2 for 5.
It feels like the last 5-10 minutes has actually brightened up from where it was in the morning session, but I've just noticed a couple of long sleeve jumpers being delivered out, so maybe it is getting brighter but not appreciably warmer.
Oh, now. That was a thick edge from Cook. The release of Roland Jones here. Pulled his hands down one side of it, his fingers one side of it a little bit more. But yeah, you can just see that wasn't the usual release from Roland Jones. Just looking perhaps for a little bit of up the slope movement away from the right-hander. Found a thick edge, but Callaway off the mark. Cook, sorry, off the mark with the boundary. The usual release. And that one for Roland Jones. Modus operandi. And that off stump from the Middlesex skipper.
Just on the fielding again, Higgins again, very close. It's 2 slips in a gully, Higgins at gully. He's very close in.
Oh, goodness me, that's lovely. Yeah, we talked about Roland Jones earlier in terms of the injuries over the years and denying him a long and, I'd imagine, very successful international career. He's got too good a record, but he wouldn't have made the step up and for it being an impressive record at the top level as well. I was just going to say, the interesting thing is his age and injuries. You know, they take the toll in the end, don't they? Back, hip, knees, had shoulder. He's still hanging together though, just about. But yeah, age and injuries, they do catch up here. You know, if you're a quicker, in terms of your pace, so he'd be a fraction down on pace over, well, a fair fraction down from what he was. Just means your length has to be that little bit fuller, which has adjusted his game slightly. There you go again, you know, those last 3 deliveries. Certainly on a fuller length than the Roland Jones of old would have bowled. But he's still just as fearsome an opponent for any batter in the game. Had an incredible run against Hashim Amla. It was at Surrey, and of course it was around that time when Roland Jones made his debut against England. Shapes away again, not the slope, but starting wide enough for a comfortable lead for Cook. 47 bowled, Glamorgan 126 for 5.
Do you remember that Test summer where Hashim Amla batted basically all of it and England couldn't get him out at all? God, it was a good bleak summer, that one.
That must have been around 2006, 2007. It was quite early on, that, wasn't it? Well, I say early on. It was a long time ago, I should say. Would it have been early in his career? I think so. It was only a couple of times.
Graham Smith was doing it around that time. Was Amla slightly later?
Maybe
Graham
he was,
Smith
yeah.
was not an easy man to watch bat, was he? It was not a thing of beauty.
I remember being at the Oval for one of those tests, and yes, that South African batting was pretty dominant. But I remember Smith playing here for Surrey against Middlesex, and you just looked at the stature of him in the middle, and he looked like a man mountain. It's like, how do you ever get the ball past him? Beat the inside edge maybe and get an LBW, but that ball's just not going to beat the bat. It's not going to go past the bat, I should say, past the body. Massive figure of a man at the crease. Really nice guy to interview though. Pleasure a few times, mainly in his role as SA 20 commissioner as he is at the moment.
It's interesting how many former players go into administration roles nowadays, because obviously that expertise, you know, to be able to put the player's point of view of how best to make things work.
Oh, well, it was dismissed by Kellaway. It wasn't that short from Brooks.
Well, it was short enough, wasn't it, to play the shot, and it's absolutely thundered up the hill. Kellaway doubles his score in one shot. I've never seen that as a stretch before.
I know what that is.
Yoga.
Heavy lunch. Good length. Oh, that's going to get Patterson's legs stretching as he chases after that one.
It's fractionally too full, isn't it? But bearing in mind what we've seen in the last half an hour or so, you're in the right kind of area. Better to be too full than too short. The way it's going at the moment, and there are those 3 slips still there.
Yeah, that stretch. I had to do it. Physio had me doing it. There's a muscle that goes through your hip, and it actually passes through like a circular part of your hip where there's a sort of part, I say passing through a bone, but it sounds like it's going through the middle of it. The only way to properly stretch it just be a single to end the over. 135 for 5, 9 off the over. Just put it over the front of a seat like that, hold on to a beer, and no, you have to do what he was doing with your head, nodding it forward and back. Believe it or not, that's stretching that muscle in your hip, because he had the front leg on top of the bottom leg, or the top left leg on top of the right leg. So in his left hip, as he nodded his head forwards and backwards, because he was stretching that left leg, it was also pulling that muscle in and out of the part of your hip, which it's actually a brilliant stretch. But if you don't need it, all the better. But if you do,
well, thank you, doctor.
I'll get you to do it at Tea Maker.
Okay, it sounds like fun. It's the human body's an amazing thing, isn't it? Because things that you don't think are linked and connected, like that, you know, the fact that your head moving stretches that. We were mentioned football a few minutes ago. Do you remember Steven Gerrard went through a spell of having hamstring problems, and they tried everything, and they eventually worked out what the problem was? I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. I'll tell you after this ball.
Edged again. This one runs away. 4 more. No catching that one. It races away. Would it have carried, actually? Looking at that replay, I think it was edged more into the ground, but frustrating nonetheless. Was it his... Yeah, it wouldn't have carried anywhere near. Was it his car seat position? Because I remember Ryan Giggs had that, and they had to change his car seat position.
Ian Wright had a problem with that. He revealed on Top Gear many years ago, I remember, that he was getting numbness in his leg because of the seat in his car. It wasn't that, no.
Because Giggs had obviously a very, very long career for Manchester United, didn't he? But in the early days, he did have a lot of hamstring problems, and I'm pretty sure they found it all the way back to the position of his car seat. Go on then, what was Gerrard's?
Wisdom tooth. I mean, how you put those two things together, I have absolutely no idea. But they tracked it down, and it was some kind of... It was inflaming a nerve, which was affecting a different part of the body. Took the wisdom tooth out. Problem solved.
It is astonishing, and it's almost a little unnerving when a physio finds a pressure point in one part of the body that affects another, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's why, you know, you sometimes go for a physio or a massage and say, right, I've got a problem in X, and they start working on Y. I think, well, hang on a minute. But then actually, you know, they know what they're doing. I mean, they beat you up for half an hour and then charge you for the privilege, but they know what they're doing.
Deep square just dropped back. That last ball for Kellaway. Is it to put something in the batter's mind for this last ball? the spot again from Roland Jones. 49 bowls, 139 for 5. 15 overs to tea on the first day. 1 wicket this morning, 4 in the afternoon session. So to be very keen to rattle through a couple more before the interval. Good stop. Luke Holman rolling to his left in the covers. Just going around the field for who he's on for. Slips Eskenazi, second is Deploy. Higgins is the gully. Or has Higgins been replaced now at gully? Point. Zafar Gohar. Holman at cover. Mid off Patterson, mid on Roland Jones. Mid wicket, Skeddies and long leg. It's Nathan Fernandez, I think. Oh, now. Did that keep a fraction low?
He played it like it did. I mean, I think essentially he's been done by playing from the crease. A regulation forward defensive would have, I think, been more comfortable, but they both would have worked.
Carlton, early in his innings as well, was just a little guilty, wasn't he, of perhaps not getting forward when he should have done. No surprise that Brooks is hanging on that spot right now. I think it's Max Holden then that's off. Dad single. So in the 50th over of the innings. So 30 to the second new ball. 14 overs to tea. 141 for 5. So far Middlesex with a bit of Roland Jones and sorry, with Patterson and Higgins to begin. Now Roland Jones and Brooks, but it won't be long till it's Zafar Gohar o'clock. What o'clock is it up on the top tier? Beer o'clock. Snooze o'clock, bubbly o'clock.
Do you reckon they'll let us commentate one day from the back of that bar? I mean, we might not see much of the play.
Exit's pretty well populated today. Stands either side of it are open. There'll be a good few in the long room, I dare say. A lot in the long room today. I reckon there'll be a good number in the Middlesex room there. Looks pretty well populated as well behind the glass. That wind, as we said, there is a chill today. We can see by the coats on those sitting outside. So that's how cold it is. Feeling those last couple of deliveries that ball's starting to lose a little bit of its hardness now, isn't it, into its 51st over. The batter's just started to sit a little more on the front foot. We did see Roland Jones push back deep square at the end of the last over. Proves to be a bluff as he went full onto the off stump again.
Roland Jones side-footed that one. Straight to the fielder to his left and said, you can pick that up. 4 or 5 keepy uppies. Bowlers bars heavily populated today.
Won't be disturbing the play today. They're on the other side of the pavilion, aren't they, to the pitch. Lancashire match was just down below the staircase there, which on that opening day. Yeah, 4,200 and something inside on the first day of the Lancashire game, the opening day of the season, the opening day of the second round of the season. That was the first home game for the other half of the counties. It was pretty impressive up and down the country, wasn't it? 6,000 or so at the Oval, 5,000 was it Old Trafford or Headingley, one of the two.
I think the weather may have had something to do with that.
End of the 51st, 141 for 5. But yeah, interesting how the attendance goes for this one. Bank holiday weekend, people might be away. It's a pretty good number in. It's the 7 tier top of the pavilion.
There's lots going on this weekend, isn't there, in and around the capital. And then you get the small matter of Football League. Play 2 games, of course, don't they, over the course of the Easter weekend. So Friday, Monday. So there's lots of competition for things to do.
Is this marathon weekend? There's lots going on around the capital this weekend. Is it the marathon this weekend?
Don't think it is. I don't think you get away with that Easter Sunday. You may not get the policing that you'd require.
There goes my excuse for being late on Sunday. Not that we're staggering on Saturday night, again, to be clear, Macca.
Higgins.
First time from the nursery in today. Very economical spells at the pavilion end. I think those figures, none for 26 from 12, tell the story. That's a couple of overs, clearly, of his last spell. Or a little bit more expensive than, because for the most part, he was going at comfortably below 2, wasn't he? Oh, that had a bit of wobble on it on the off stump. Now he was almost undone by that, Cook. You can see by the feet that he was unsure about the wobble on this. Oh.
Higgins will just want to put a couple more in that spot now.
A bit like you're putting your socks on in the morning, isn't it, Macca? Inside out. Nice again from Higgins. As long as it's only the socks, though, of course, it's fine.
Get another day out of them. What are you talking about?
It's like the away days, isn't it? Four days away with Middlesex. How many pairs of socks did you bring? 2. Oh, that is some delivery. Goodness me, Higgins. Well, he's had a couple wobble in this over. That's a Jaffa to take the top of off. A 6th wicket falls in the day, a 5th in the session. Middlesex have really got into a rhythm this afternoon. Look at that. That is as good a Jaffa as you will see. Batters thinking middle stump could be in trouble here. Look at the outside of off. A beaut. A big broad smile on the bowler's face for that one, I'm sure. You really see an aggressive punch in the air so often from Higgins, but that's such a good ball, he can only meet it with a smile. Proud of that one, no doubt. Not much many batters could do about that one. Cook's gone, bowled for 5. Glamorgan 141 for 6.
Middlesex have an end open. They've now got to push that door open and barrel their way through it. 92 for 1 at lunch, 141 for 6. It's a 22 over spell since the resumption, and they've been all over Glamorgan like a cheap suit. They've really got to push home this advantage.
79 for 6 at Canterbury. That was the not so magical number that haunted Middlesex in that match. And they had Kent 6 down. I think Richard Johnson said it on the interview which we played this morning. That was a 120 out position from 79 for 6. Slightly different situation here. It's not a 16 wicket first day as it was at Canterbury, and in Middlesex's opinion it should have been minimum 20 wicket day on day 1 at Canterbury. Well, it's 6 wickets down with 52 bowled today, 44 to go, but I'm sure that final figure in the score column there, number 6, that will be on their mind. From 6 down, do not let this get away again as they did down at Canterbury.
108 for 1, Morgan were, so 33 for 5 since.
He's rarely left that spot, has he, this afternoon, Roland Jones? It's almost halfway up, off stump. Alone 3/4 of the way up. He's just trying to nag away. What he has done, when I say halfway up the off stump, what he has done is if he's erred in length, it's been slightly fuller rather than slightly shorter, which I think He's absolutely right on this surface.
Experienced player, Tim van der Hoogten. Can Middlesex remove him or Kellaway and get stuck into the bottom part of the order? Got 750s to his name in first-class cricket. Van der Hoogten, so he could obviously play.
Plays that one away. It's a good stop by Fernandez. Backward points. Holds into a single. There'd have been at least a couple, probably 3 if it got away. Big old boundaries have been saying on that offside for the right-hander towards the grandstand.
I think I just saw Zafagoha just doing some loosening up. Whether that's just to keep himself loose and ready should he get the call, or whether he's actually had the word from Toby Rowan Jones, I'm not sure.
That came back down the slope, didn't it? Clasps his hands over his mouth. That's why, off the surface. Shagging back down the slope. Well met by Van der Hoogten. The catch from Glamorgan's number 8. Boundary to get off the marks for Van der Hoogten. He's managed to steer that one away down towards the ground staff.
A bit of a prod, but with soft enough hands that even though it finds the edge, it goes straight downwards. And the slips can have a competition between themselves as who's going to chase it all the way. Just 2 overs for Zafagoha so far. Feels like he'll be pavilion end bound for when he gets a go. 2 good spells from Patterson on debut.
Leg side. He's not moved that front pad across now. Undid me earlier when I said leg side. He's not moved the front pad across. Well, it hit him on the back pad, so it doesn't matter what the front pad was doing. But yeah, that front pad Stayed leg side, and I'm pretty sure that was rattling right in the middle of the front pad. And just above the knee roll probably as well.
Although Jack Davies didn't move behind the stumps down the leg side, which is normally my first ball to call. If the keeper is starting to go that way,
yeah, the slope is going to be in the mind of... It's interesting, actually. I hadn't really thought of it like that. The slope would be in the mind of the keeper as much as the batter as well, wouldn't it? Because as we saw that ball that was a Jaffa to remove Cook, pitching middle, that could fly down the leg side and the keeper's diving. So he's left. You're not usually, as a bowler, particularly from the pavilion end, you're not pitching one on middle. From the nursery end, you can. Just like that one. Helped away down to long leg. That one holding its line, but if it jags down that leg side, then you say Davies has got to be there early and move for it. But because of the nature of the slope, with the batter as well, you're tentative, aren't you, as to where you're going. That front foot, where that bat's coming down, that line it's coming down on. Similarly for the keeper, I guess it is a great challenge. We've often talked about it over the years that keepers here at Lords with the slope, it's a big challenge in itself, isn't it? That foot movement for a keeper, you've got a lot to work out, haven't you? As you say, and that on a flat surface, you see it out of the hand, and you think, all right, unless it swings late and changes the trajectory, then even seam movement here, you know roughly where it's going to go.
we see it in grounds where it swings a lot. Trent Bridge, particularly grounds where it swings once it's gone past the stumps. And you know, you think of test matches and touring wicket keepers, particularly from subcontinent where they don't necessarily see a lot of conventional swing and late swing. Keepers can get themselves into an awful mess with the swinging ball.
That slip just tightened up. Higgins gets that one to hold its line. Edged and taken by Eskenazi. Higgins has his second. Middlesex sharing the workload here now in the wickets column. Dane Patterson on debut really got it going. But the whole Middlesex attack coming to the fore now. Another one. Pitching, look at it seam. Pitching off stump, he's got to play at it. Leaves him off the surface, down the slope, and Eskenazi holding on at slip. Van Houten falls for 4. Eskenazi with his first catch. Higgins his second wicket. And Glamorgan 147 for 7.
It's really good bowling. Really good bowling. That line and the length means as a batter you've got to play at that. He's walking off shaking his head. Not because he's thinking, oh, I shouldn't have played that. He knows he's got to play at it. He's just nicked a good one.
Yeah, those bowlers, they'll be very, very happy. Brooks has got one. He got Ingram. It was a beautiful ball, wasn't it? We talked about the ball 8-10 overs old. The lacquer comes off one side and all of a sudden, oh, look, it's swinging now. Or 30 overs old. One side's pretty rough, but the other side's still pretty new. Or pretty shiny, and it can come to life at that point. I do think this afternoon Middlesex are getting a little bit more out of conditions. We haven't seen much sun this afternoon, not as much as we did this morning, and they do say here at Lords, look up, not down. Angus Fraser over the years describing it as Lords having its own microclimate. As soon as the cloud covers overhead, whether it's the nature of the ground being something of a bowl, whatever it is, that as soon as that skyline fills in, it doesn't even need to be leaden sky, just once it fills in, all of a sudden things just start to happen. Chris Rogers, the Middlesex captain, got the club out of Division 2, having moved from Northamptonshire and Derbyshire and Leicestershire, actually. Had a good time in the Midlands. Had a better time at Lords though when he got him up to Division 1, but he always said, look at the pitch as much as you want. Lords, you look up, not down. Of all the grounds in the world, look up, not down. And it's a massive thing. We talked about it in the first round here against Lancashire. 4 days of glorious sunshine. Not a single ball lost in the match. A brilliant cricket wicket, as we said all the way through. And Richard Johnson said in the interview ahead of this one that, you know, he's really, really happy with that pitch. A really good pitch for batters and bowlers. Now, if you just imagine in that game, had you had a little bit of cloud cover one of the sessions, that might have just accounted for, well, at very least, the 2 missing wickets at the end of the game for Middlesex as they were pushing for victory against Lancashire. Sunshine for the majority of the morning this morning, just the 1 wicket. Barely seen any sunshine since lunch. It's been a 6-wicket session.
You mentioned the weather, we'll keep dropping it in now and again. You know, we might get some rain later on today. They're probably looking to bank holiday weekend. It's a double bank holiday weekend in England. That can only mean one thing, that there will be rain around. So if you take as many wickets as you can, as quickly as you can, you do yourself a favour time-wise.
There's 2 things you can guarantee on a double bank holiday weekend. The rain over Easter, and you coming good on the promise to bring the team an Easter egg each.
Possibly on Monday when the shops are flogging them off cheap.
That's what I keep saying when everybody says about the my round at the tavern. And that's up there again from Roland Jones. 2 slips and a gully, it edges away. Oh, that wasn't far from taking off stump out of the grounds. He's probed on that very full length on off stump. Again, foot movement. I think would be one of the messages of the afternoon for Glamorgan. We seem to have said it a lot. They've been tentative. They were ashore before lunch. Of course, they're well into the tail now. Number 9. Leonard getting off the mark with a boundary. But he was very nearly heading back to the pavilion with the duck.
Yeah, Roland Jones threw that one up there, and Ned Leonard aiming at mid-wicket, gets it through 3rd slip. Well, maybe what the last 5 minutes has done is might mean Safagaha might have to wait slightly longer, because I can't imagine the seamers would willingly give up the ball at the moment the way they're going.
Yeah, this man feels like he's steaming in at the moment. A little bit more width in that, but it felt like there was a bit of effort and a bit of oomph now. Was that because it was coming to the end of a spell? It just felt as though he was in full flow there at the end of the over, really letting go. Roland Jones, 152 for 7. This man rarely does anything than let rip, whether it's bat, ball in the fields, or with his tongue to an opposition player that might be irking him slightly. Two powerhouses of the Middlesex team, those two. 2 for Higgins, 2 for Roland Jones. It was a couple for Patterson that got it all going. Oh, hello folks. I don't know what the association's meant to be here, Macca.
My lawyer would like to point out that did not belong to us. However, if the good people in the pavilion want to send one round,
I'll even take one from the bad people in the pavilion, to be honest.
it's turning into a much better afternoon's viewing for them, isn't it? One wicket in that morning session. And they're sitting a lot easier in their seats this afternoon.
Having lost the first two tosses of the season, to then win one and have the opposition one down at lunch, there would have been a little bit in Middlesex minds to say, oh no. But I think they bowled well enough that it was no problem. There's Brooks, getting ready to go again. His one wicket was the big one, Ingram. Use of the feet from Kellaway. Had that have struck him on that line within the crease, I think we might have heard a polite inquiry at best from Middlesex.
I think we've got a new venue for rain, by the way. Northampton is, Derby is now chipped in. They're off with Derbyshire 210 for 4 against Northants. Still raining in Manchester. Still raining Birmingham. Raining in Southampton. But they are playing in Chelmsford and Chester Street. And at Hove.
Yeah, I was just thinking, who's east of us? Essex. The weather is coming in from the east. It was coming in a bit more of a southerly this one. I think it's mostly been an easterly, isn't it?
Yeah, they are playing, but Essex are 7 down at home to Worcestershire. 170 for 7.
Just in behind that one.
It may be raining at Hove as well, because they have taken the tea interval with only 51 overs and 1 ball bowled, so that would feel like an unnatural break.
End of the 56th. Glamorgan played with a fair amount of assurance this morning. And down at lunch, they're 153 for 7 with 30 minutes, roughly 8 overs, certainly until tea. I think, again, huge credit this morning. Well, Byram and Ul Hassan to begin, but North East as well. Those are the 3 wickets, the 3 batters this morning. 1 down at lunch with Byram going in. He didn't feel he nicked it, did he? He stood his ground for a bit. Showed a little bit. A slight disapproval, should we say, of the decision.
Yeah, the match referee might just want to have a little word with him about
Henry Brooks.
probably not the way to go about your business, but
If that one went against Glamorgan, then certainly Middlesex probably feel that they bowled well enough that it was at least a 2-wicket morning, possibly 3. A couple of big LBW decisions turned down. First bowl from the pavilion end in this match for Brooks. Might be the first of the season, because if he had one spell in the Lancashire match from the pavilion end, he was doing well, because the majority of the time it was Roland Jones, Higgins and then Cullen from the pavilion end in the Lancashire game. And both you and I noted, actually, maybe he did have one, because Cullen started up from the nursery, didn't he? So it might have been his opening spells from the pavilion end. Cullen kept on getting those inside edges. That was a talking point at Cadsbury. Did badger the analyst about that. I asked him about the 3 inside edges when we probably noted about 20, and he said, I don't know, that doesn't come from me. I don't know where that comes from, that stat. Because he, like us, he was of the opinion they need to get Cullen up to the pavilion end because he kept on getting the inside edge, yeah. Oh, it was clear, wasn't it? I mean, the amount of times he took the inside edge from the nursery end in that particular spell.
Oh, what's that phrase? Lamb lies, damn lies, and statistics.
And the Middlesex analyst is renowned for all 3.
Sometimes your own eyes, you think you see something, you're sure you see, and then you look at a statistic and hang on, that doesn't look quite how I envisaged that.
Nice shot. Won't get full rewards. Wasn't quite full-blooded or fully timed anyway from Leonard, but he'll get a couple up the hill.
Shot.
He was looking to give that every chance there, wasn't he? Brooks put it right up there. And on this occasion, clearing the feet with intent.
Like the idea to go full. Unfortunate the line just wasn't quite right to go with it. And down the slope. That part of the boundary is quite a lot longer. It's the square leg boundary, which is pretty short, but didn't make a difference. Either way, that was going for 4.
He is showing them a fair bit of the stumps, though, Leonard. Although on that previous one, I think it was full enough on that line that, goodness me, you'd be unlucky as a batter if that did something off the surface against the slope to trouble the shot that he played. But I think Middlesex quite keen on the amount that he shows the stumps. 10 to his name, Leonard. Kellaway will have strike on 23. He's been there for 42 balls. There's been a lot going on since he came in, though. Cook, Van der Gooten and Leonard. The 3 that have come in after him. 2 of them gone, of course. Steered for a single. I think he can continue to play normally at the moment, can't he, Kellaway? But one more with Bashir and Fernando to come. Be interesting where they do bring on Zafar Gohar. If they do, Higgins into his 16th over. Do they bring Gohar on from the nursery, and he bowled from the pavilion to begin with? Just think against the right-handers, lower order batters as well. Well, think that might have moved a little. Just swings late.
You don't often see many balls go from off stump to first slip that aren't nicked.
Higgins enjoyed it. There's been a lot of pursing of lips since lunch. It's not just you and I thinking about the cake. There it goes again. I mean, look, this ball's heading towards the 60th over, so you often talk about your score runs over 60 to 80. In terms of the age of the ball, the number of spells that each of the bowlers have gone through. There's no doubt about it. Middlesex are getting a lot more out of this ball after lunch than they got before, where we think they bowled pretty well and were a little unlucky. End of the over, 161 for 7.
So here's the thought for you. If it is going to start swinging, a bit more like we saw that one from Higgins there, in normal circumstances, you'd be thinking, well, we're holding Patterson back for the new ball. Do you forget about the new ball and say, actually, we could have this wrapped up well inside that? If there is to be a bowling change, do you go back to your potentially number one bowler?
Yeah, I'd suggest that the next bowling changes would be Zafar, Gohar and Patterson, but I think Middlesex would be furious with themselves if they needed a second new ball from here. Unless they were able to turn around and say Leonard and Kellaway have played absolutely out of their skin there, and as a bowling unit they've done everything they can. I think they'd be really disappointed if the second new ball was required. So who's most likely to finish it off? Well, Higgins is on at the moment. Roland Jones has picked up a couple as well. Brooks bowling nicely, but yeah, I think next change. Roland Jones is only just out of his last spell, isn't he? Got to be worth it. Got a number 9 out there, Bashir and Fernando to come. I think against Leonard in particular, it'd be worth giving Zafar the ball. Just saying, go on then, float a few up there. Whether it be from the nursery end, Leonard has erred on the side of positive. And nicely behind that. But he's shown a bit of the stumps on occasion, hasn't he? Just thinking Zafar Gohar from the nursery end, left arm around to the right-handed number 9 with a big boundary on the leg side. Would he eventually resist the temptation to try and find, even if it's not the boundary, just try and find some of the space on the leg side up towards the grandstand? Then there's the short boundary as well, but you're hitting with the spin against a lower order batter. I don't think you'd mind that so much. I think Brooks has bowled better than 1 for 49 from his 13, particularly in terms of economy. But that's the thing, it's how cheap can you do it? The last 3 really. And can anybody do it cheaper than Zafar Gohar?
I quite like the idea of him from the pavilion end, 2 right-handers with the short leg side. Do you want to take it off stump?
You'd go pavilion end.
I would, just to have that in the back of them. You know,
against the spin, short boundary.
Absolutely. But bowl off stump, maybe even just outside. Do you want to take it? But that might be the club cricketer in me coming out rather than the first.
No. Middlesex bowled in from the pavilion end. And he'd have had some sort of say in that as well, of course. Scampered single to end the over. Kellaway keep the strike. Glamorgan a 164 for 7. But they do often say throw in the spinner to finish off the tail. It's that big boundary to the right of the screen there. If Zafar Gohar on from the nursery end, you could see that slope. The slope's with the spin, but also that breeze blowing across from left to right as you look. The drift's taking it into the pads of the right-hander, but the slope and the turn taking it away. Just wonder how long Leonard would be able to resist the really vast expanse. But as you say, the flip side is from the pavilion end, he'd probably have even less patience with the short boundary to go after.
We also saw a very effective arm ball in the Lancashire game, didn't we? A couple of them, those that don't spin and just go straight on, that almost effectively end up as an inducker to a right-hander.
Picked up Bell Drummond in the same way at Canterbury. Might have just taken a little tickle on the inside edge on the way through. He's the Kent skipper, but that was 2 in 2, and you thought, here we go. Middlesex and Zafar Gohar are in the game in the chase, but it was taken away from them by Compton and Mieye. 2 magnificent centuries. I wonder with Patterson only having arrived a couple of days ago, are they almost thinking, not saving for the second innings at this point, but just talked about, you know, he'd take the new ball, which in most circumstances you probably hold him back now until the new ball. There he is in the foreground. Late cuts. To crouch for it though.
It's a good point on Patterson. It's an interesting balancing act from a captaincy point of view, in the fact that you want to get him involved, you want to make him feel part of it, you want to get him acclimatised so he feels at home, but you don't want to do it all in 5 minutes, if you like. You need to give him a bit of time. He's only been in the country a couple of days.
Well, it might be if Zafar Gohar does go back to the pavilion end, then it is Patterson from the nursery. Quite the pairing, though. I don't think it's anything to turn your nose up at from a Middlesex perspective. The 2 new signings, 2 new bowlers.
I mean, there have been some quite significantly useful partnerships in terms of bowlers, haven't there? There have been 1 seamer, 1 spinner. The obvious one, Warne and McGrath, that work quite well for Australia down the years.
Ledgy from Leonard, searching, isn't he? The suggestion to me from Leonard's 22 balls and 11 runs is so far is throw it to Zafar and let's see how long he can resist, because it doesn't look to me as though he would. 165 for 7.
And you know what? If it doesn't work and he clatters you for 3 or 4 boundaries in an over, hey, what have you lost? You tried it. But 165 for 7 after 60 overs isn't exactly a worrying position. But now just finish the job off.
Partnership's only worth 18 at the moment. But it does feel like Middlesex will want Just ensure they're down to the final 2 as quickly as possible. Again, a ball that's 60 odd overs old. Just felt as though it came to life for a little while, didn't it? There's only 3 overs left to tee after this. So Gohar would have 2 overs at best if he came on very next over at the nursery end. Good from Brooks again, probing away, top of off. Just the single off the over, 1 for 51 off his 14. And there's a bowling change at the nursery end. Higgins 2 for 30 from his 17. He's done. We're going to get a 3rd over from Zafar Gohar, who will presumably get a 4th over as well before tea. In fact, he certainly will, won't he? So we'll get a couple of overs before tea. A couple of overs before lunch, a couple of overs before tea. Zafar Gohar. Just a couple of overs before lunch. 3 overs left of this session, so he'll get the last 2 from the nursery end. So the slope, as you're looking at the screen now, is falling from the leg stump to the off stump. The wind is blowing from the off stump to the leg stump. The big boundary is on the leg side. So that temptation of hitting for the short boundary isn't there, but perhaps a little bit of drift. How much turn and how much bounce? Lands the first one nicely. There or thereabouts.
Slower one, loopier one. And the 3rd ball, arm ball.
There's the slower loopy one. Deep backward square in shot there. You can't see deep cover. He's protecting the short boundary. I'm not even sure that they need the sweeper on the offside. Unless they're wanting to offer Kellaway the single before tea, and He'll probably be thinking block out now. In fact, he will be. He'll be thinking about T. Kellaway, whereas maybe he'll be able to get into the mind of Leonard.
Nice bit of loop on that already.
There's the cut. And it's a backward point. He's missed out there slightly, Kellaway. There's the sweeper set back. He gets the single to end the over. 167 for 7, so Kellaway will keep the strike. 2 overs to tea on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Just a single. Deep point set back. Was that to get Leonard on strike? Maybe. Quick single taken. Strike bowler's end at Lord's, the pavilion end. That's where you're looking to do exactly what Brooks has done there, angle it in towards that off stump. I think the tall man Leonard just able to get his levers, easing that into the offside, but that's around the line and the length. But Roland Jones and Finn over the years be probing away. Brooks will look to do the same. Is that the therapy couch?
That's the fast response unit. Not sure about the 2 out on the leg side at the moment, which implies that Brooks is going to drop it short, but even if Leonard makes contact, it doesn't take much to carry it all the way on that leg side boundary.
Oop, there it is. It's him on the back. End of the over, 1 to tea. Glamorgan 171 for 7. So, 6 balls left until tea, unless this man can join those other 4 Middlesex bowlers who've all got at least 1 wicket to their name. Only a 4th over for Zafar Gohar, though. Oh, well, there it is. Leonard Fools gone for 12. Zafar Gohar walks off with his first wicket of the day. The 7th of the session, the 8th of the innings. Smiles all round. Vengedes holds on. Kellaway still there on 31.
And with that wicket, 20 minutes for today's 2 interval. 20 minutes for today's 2 interval.
Floating it towards the leg stump. And Leonard's following the ball and pushing it to get a second attempt to hold on. There it is. An 8th wicket for Middlesex, a 7th in the session, a very good session for the hosts here at Lord's. So Leonard departs for 12. Zafar Gohar has his first wicket of the day, and that is tea on day 1 here at Lord's, the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. Join us back in just under 20 minutes. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream of this one. Glamorgan put in this morning. We're now 171 for 8. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Memorabilia to purchase, also exclusive clothing and leisure wear. Also a reminder, we retail shop open until 6 o'clock. AO Flintgate shop for the range of Lord's MCC and team merchandise, including kids, gifts, souvenirs and leisure wear. And a reminder that all outlets around the ground are cricket exclusive for 2025. Playfair plus the new range of England kits.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Also available. There are also 2 fully accessible adult changing places for those who require it. Please ask a steward for further details. And a reminder, as part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste here at the home of cricket, we have reusable cups instead of single-use plastic cups, and drinks provided in reusable cups for a £1 deposit. Please take your used cup back to a bar and receive a fresh cup with your next drink. And end of the day, so returning the cup to one of our designated redemption bars to receive the £1 and a reminder, that we also refill points available around the ground to refill bottles.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained.
And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Reminder, the next county championship action here at Lords will be the Visit of Kent. That will start on Friday the 2nd of May as the next Rothesay County Championship fixture. And if you enjoy the Vitality Blast, then Lords plays host to 4 T20 fixtures this summer, starting on the 29th of May with a double header against the Sussex Sharks and a 20% discount available on tickets purchased across this bank holiday weekend with the 4 T20 matches hosted here this summer. Go to the Lords website for further details. Looking at some scores of the other matches in the Rothesay County Championship this afternoon, although there's been very little play in many of the games this afternoon affected by the weather. Down at Hove, they put in pretty much a full afternoon session, but raining there currently. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bat against Surrey. They're going very well, 222 for 2. Tom Haynes is 87 not out. The only game not affected by the weather coming up at Durham, where Yorkshire are the visitors, and Yorkshire batting first, 213 for 6. James Morgan, the top scorer so far, with 69. Chelmsford and Worcestershire's day against Essex so far. Essex put into bat with dismissed for 179 a short while ago. Top scorer there was Jordan Cox with 32. Jacob Duffy with 4 for 39. Been no play this afternoon at the Utility Bowl between Somerset and Hampshire. Somerset were 94 for 6 at lunch. No play there this afternoon. And also no play at Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Notts. Warwickshire were put into bat this morning 34 for 2. Just 9.2 overs been possible in the Midlands so far. And no play this afternoon at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire against Leicestershire. Lancashire at lunch were 61 for 3. Canterbury, they are playing there. Gloucestershire against Kent, and Gloucestershire have recovered to 225 for 4 after being put into bat. Cameron Green on 79, James Bracey on 48. And again, rain just coming before tea at Derby, where Derbyshire are playing Northamptonshire. Derby batting first, 210 for 4. Brooke Guest is 81 not out. umpires back to the field, Ben Everall and Neil Pratt. Scorers Todd Shelley and Andrew Hickle. Our match referee Mike Smith. Welcome back the Middlesex side led by Toby Rowland-Jones. To resume for Glamorgan, Ben Galloway on 31 and the incoming batter, Shoaib Bashir.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to day one at Lords, where the hosts have had a pretty good afternoon. 7 wickets falling between lunch and tea. Glamorgan put in just 1 down after the morning session. That man in the foreground has picked up the last wicket to go, the 7th of the afternoon, the 8th of the innings. He picked up Leonard for 12, caught at short leg. So 1 for 11 into his 4th over, of which he has 5 deliveries still to come. Watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. And, well, Middlesex will be very, very keen that this doesn't last too much longer.
I mean, I wonder if they've set themselves a target, just in-house. How many balls to wrap this up? Maximum of 10? I mean, ideally 2, obviously, but come on, lads, let's get it done, get batting. Should be the conversation in the dressing room. Here we go, then.
Nice bit of flight from Gohar. How's Bashir's resistance levels? Slipping a short leg, as you can see. There's a deep backward square. Everybody else on the single. Oh, well, look at that. Through he goes. A wow on the board for Zafar Gohar. And will Glamorgan make the end of his over? The spinners straight away into the action in his second spell. He's gone straight through the gate of that one. And Bashir has to make his way back. Lovely line, lovely length, top of off. And Gohar has 2 wickets in 3 balls. Bashir, a 2-ball duck. And Glamorgan a 171 for 9.
I wondered at one point whether it was the arm ball, but it wasn't, was it? It just beats Bashir and he walks off looking at the screen, looking for a replay to work out how he missed it. Well, it's not going to be 2 balls to wrap up the innings. I'll be hoping it won't be many more. Lovely flight. He's just groped at it, really, hasn't he? I mean, you can drive the bus between bat and pad.
Yeah, he's struggled with that, Bashir, hasn't he? I mean, that ball's turned away from the right-hander, but still beating the inside edge with a gate that big, so I don't think we could analyse that for too long.
Nor would he want us to be brutally honest.
171 for 9. Fernando is the last batter. Oh, Kellaway, a shake of the head. What do you reckon the word was there? It's not doing that much, just get forward. With bat and pad together, ideally.
I wonder if Cesar Fernando's walked out and gone, do you want me to launch it? Not really, no. He played 22 test matches at Cesar Fernando, so he knows one end of a cricket game from another, so he's got the experience. And he'll have faced some high quality spin in his time in Sri Lanka, growing up and playing first class cricket there. Well, that's what he's got now.
Deep square's just come up. Eased away. Nicely played into the offside. Just see that more wristy approach from Fernando, even as a number 11. Well, agricultural. get Fernando a couple. It nearly got Zafar Gohar a third in the over. He's got one more ball to try and do that. End of the over, blocks that one out. So Callaway will have strike one. 73 for 9. 32 overs remain today, so we've just as such completed the first 2 sessions of the day in terms of the number of overs allocated. So 32 would be when tea was usually taken. I don't know why I say usually, because it never is. Tea's never on time.
We mentioned this during the Lancashire game. I like this. The idea of saying, no, we need to get the game moving with us just because the clock gets to an arbitrary point. We don't just wander off. We need to divide the game up and get the overs bowled. I like that. I like that approach in county cricket.
Well, this is ruthless from Middlesex. Patterson is charged with finishing this from the pavilion end. I reckon that was probably the chat at tea. It was what we were discussing before tea, wasn't it? The two to get it finished off, Zafar Gohar and Dame Patterson. I don't think this will be overcomplicated from Patterson. First bowl at the pavilion end though, but I'd suggest that's mainly because Middlesex were probably interested in exploring Zafar Gohar from both ends before this innings was out. And now's the point to explore it rather than the second innings. The common sense, common thinking says from the pavilion end for Zafar, but like I said, I just fancy, we'll see as the game goes on.
Well, I got the impression Middlesex are thinking Callaway has got to open up a bit because it's one slip, long leg, deep square leg on the boundary. There's also a third in place and also a deep point 20-25 metres in off the boundary up the slope. So they're thinking anything short and wide either way is going to disappear. To try to get them over a score that starts with a 2.
Ah, lovely. Back up the slope even with the older ball. Nursery end or pavilion end. Patterson pretty happy at Lord's.
Take that.
Two to come of the over. Now Patterson to Fernando. Short boundary to the leg side. Skipper and bowler having a chat, so too the two batters. What's the chat from Callaway? I mean, look, he's got a number 6 at the other end, so as such, Fernando should put away all shots and block for Callaway's sake. If you've got a top order batter at the other end, then you shouldn't be swinging it. If you've got number 9, 10 and Jack out there, then swing away. But deep square setback and long leg. Two slips and a gully. Whereas he was unable to resist the temptation against Zafar Gohar. I'm sure he'll have been charged with blocking with all his might against Patterson.
Unless this is going to make contact with one of those wooden bits behind you, Mr. Fernando, do not do anything silly.
We'd imagine this one from Patterson will be on the stumps. .65 bowled, 174 for 9.
Well, Fernando made the signal as if to say that kept down a bit, but Seemed a little bit slower actually, as if it was sort of that in-hooping, slower ball. Didn't quite do enough. Right then, can he finish the job? He's done 2/3 of it.
Callaway picks up the boundary, reverse sweep.
And he's not gone so early that the bowler's got time to adjust. He's actually gone pretty late there, and he's hit that so well.
Up in the air, I think he's got enough of it. One bounce and 4. There's a deep mid-off. He's not long off though. Deploy. Beautifully checked drive. Very nearly. Bringing full reward.
Yeah, you mentioned deploy's not all the way. He's only about 8 metres in, which kind of makes you wonder why not go all the way.
A little shorter in case he danced again. He didn't. He waited.
Well, that was a
Rejects
lovely.
the single.
Sorry. That was a lovely shot from Callaway, though, didn't it? In fact, the 2 shots this over, the reverse was absolutely pinged, and then inside out, over long off.
Two for Fernando to face before the over's out. Should be blocking away once again, Fernando, but can he resist?
I mean, it's not quite a club cricket pull the pin and hand grenade it, but I really would be going up out of the hand here if I'm Zafar go. Just can you tempt him to do something?
He nearly did in the last over.
The other option, and maybe with only 2 balls at him he can't do it, is the arm ball again, because I don't think we've seen one yet. Fire in that one that just carries on.
Nicely flighted again, but well played by Fernando. On 39. 183 for 9.
So a minimum of 30 overs left in the day. Of course, we'll lose 2 overs for the change of innings.
Should Middlesex pick up the final wicket before stumps? I've walked myself into one there, haven't I? That'll come back to haunt me.
Yeah, put it this way. If they don't, you're doing the close of play interview. Because I wouldn't imagine that any of them are going to be in a particularly great mood.
Yeah.
Well, with Callaway on strike, Middlesex are going to post a 3rd fielder on the leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket, joins square leg and long leg.
Darted in towards middle and off. Again, you'd imagine every single ball just full of length, middle and off. No room to swing those arms outside off, or, well, if he does go with the slope and club it to the onside, as you say, those fielders set back. It's a short boundary, so it's tempting. Rejects the single.
I tell you, if he does get hold of one, the scorers are absolutely in danger. The score box is basically at square leg to where he's hitting. So if he gets hold of one.
There was a match here a couple of years ago where a right-hander clipped the ball onto the legs of Old Father Time. And Callaway tries to do that with this one. Very much the inside of the part of the bat, but he got enough on it. And he gets a boundary, takes him to 45.
Well, that was a come over to my side job, wasn't it? He's taken that from well outside of off stump. You see the first movement is to take him out there. And even with 3 fielders in the deep, he can find the gap.
Old Father Time had the last laugh, by the way.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because the batter was out next ball. Can't remember who it was. Short and pulls, just a single to deep mid-wicket. Peter Milan, who was overseas for Middlesex that season, so it was about 2-3 years ago. He'd missed the next game for whatever reason it was, and he came up and did a stint with me, and he was telling me about it, that that huge hot shot in the last match actually clipped the legs of Old Father Time.
It's a decent shot, that, because it's a reasonable height as well, so got to get a good chunk of it.
It's a lovely ball.
End of the over, 188 for 9. Callaway will be on strike. 1 shot away from a half century. Umpires just having a conversation there. And it is going to be the skipper back for Zafar Gohar.
Could this be a change of ends for Gohar? Do you think they're going to try and go for what you were saying about the shorter boundary? Well, then, if you want to go for the shorter boundary, it's against the spin.
Except they've taken the short legs helmet and fielding equipment off the field, which would imply they don't. I mean, unless they're going to bring it back in the next over, which would be very time-consuming.
Straight on the spot from the nursery. Nice shape on it as well from Roland Jones. Just the natural shape, I'd guess, of the slope. There's 2 ways to go about a number 10 and a number 11. It's either your quickest bowler or it's your slowest bowler. And more often than not, you're better off going with your slowest bowler. Toss it up there because there's only so long before they'll sky one.
And also, the quicker the ball, the quicker it disappears if they do make contact. At least with a slow bowler, they've got to make all the running. Well, if these two put a partnership together for a chunk of time rather than runs, then it feels like it might slow things up a bit here, because we're going to get a situation where Callaway is going to face the first few balls of an over and Fernando will finish things off.
Ooh, checked that one.
He remains 1 shot away from a half century.
That would be no way to go, Fernando. Ball's never released from cover, but top ball it is. Deploy running up for a chat with Roland Jones on how to finish this.
Now, what do you think that was about? The field hasn't changed. In fact, it is now. Deep mid-wicket is coming into a regular mid-wicket. So again, still too deep on the leg side. Long leg and deep square leg.
And down the track comes Kellaway to try and access that mid-wicket, but he has only managed to jab a shorter delivery from Roland Jones. On to come of the over.
It's helpful for Roland Jones as a bowling captain that you've got the vice captain in deploy. You've also got Eskenazi sort of helping out with the field, making suggestions, because you've got to be able to sort of separate your brain as a bowling captain to captain and then bowler.
2 slips in a gully for Fernando. Oh, and another beaut from Roland Jones. End of the 68th. Glamorgan. Oh, they're number 11. Hanging on in there by the skin of his teeth.
Fernando's almost looking apologetically at Roland Jones. They're saying, sorry, I really should have got out to that.
End of the over, 189 for 9.
Hope you got a picture of that last one. It's a big enough lens on the camera.
Oh, that's heaved. That'll be the 50. Will it be the 50 with a 6 or a 4? It chopped short. Lost the flight of it, but bat raised by Kellaway. 51 from 81 deliveries. And a strong performance with the lower order here from the number 6. This is 8th 4. 107 minutes, which have been pretty hard work at the other end for Glamorgan. He's just about bringing his side towards the 200 now. Nice stroke. And turn it into 2 as well. Although Fernando's got to get a move on. Oh, the throw was off. It's a big boundary out there. He really put his arm into it, but must have just lost a little bit of accuracy on that. Floodlights are on here at Lord's.
Well, this is Ben Kellaway's first-class 50. His previous best was 36. I think it's safe to say we've seen an innings here of someone who can play. He's really helped out his team.
Single steered. 2 to come of the over. Middlesex need to find a way past this. 171 for 9 to 196 for 9. That will be annoying them after last week again. I mean, there is a set batter at one end and a top order set batter as well.
It's one of the great skills of cricket, isn't it? Mopping up the tail. There are some bowlers that are just absolutely brilliant at it.
Just looking for the shadows by the players there. They're not too prominent just yet. But those floodlights are usually a signal of doom for any cricket game. It's a hotly debated topic at the moment. Would you get more hours of play in if you left the lights off? Because the natural light is overtaken by the artificial light quicker than the bad light would have taken them off. Oh, steered off the top of off stump. Couple for Fernando. 198 for 9 now with one to come with the over. No, that was the over. Middlesex. 1 wicket away from wrapping up this innings. At the rate the light's going today, I'm not quite sure just how many overs there'd be of the Middlesex innings. Let's have a look for those shadows. You just start to see it there. It looks a little bit more to the naked eye from up here. You can just about see it there. Four shadows. Sounds like a bad tribute act, doesn't it? Don't break into Frankie Valli now, please.
I was just
as good as you.
Wondering what Hank Marvin would make of the four shadows.
What a nice looking shot, nice swing, but the ball angles away down the slope. As beautiful as your singing voice is, I think even the high pitch of Frankie Valli is beyond you, Macca.
You're a big theatre goer. Jersey Boys, have you seen that?
Oh, belter. God, isn't it ever? I haven't seen the movie yet, though.
Oh, it's a movie?
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't aware of that.
Frankie Valli was playing in Nottingham the last time that Middlesex were there, and I didn't go. It was the last day of the 4-day game, and I was tempted. I was tempted to go, but got in the car and drove home instead. No overnight hotel that night. I was like, oh, it's a long way home after the concert.
I mean, you could have gone to Rock City instead. I mean, they probably had Napalm Death playing or something like that.
That's going to be close, but not out is the call. He's consistent. That's what Middlesex will hope for. He's a not out of this umpire. Benefit of doubt on the leg stump, that one. The reaction behind the stump says it all. I mean, if Middlesex go out there and get an iffy LBW first thing in their innings now, it'll be interesting. Consistency is all anybody looks for, and he's been consistent. Oh, well, there's no doubt about that one. Squared up, outside edge beaten. Plumb in front, struck on the back foot. Oh, Fernando. 199 all out.
I'm a big fan of Fernando actually standing there looking at the umpires. Are you sure, sir? He sold it hard, but there we are.
199 all out then. Fernando, LBW to Roland Jones for 4. And we will have a short break for the turnaround in innings here, but as you're probably just see on the wide shot in the background there, the floodlights are on, and a little bit of brighter sky to blow in. There is some brighter skies in the southeast, which is roughly where it's coming from. So with a little bit of luck, we will have a fair bit of play still this evening. There's 25.1 overs, lose a couple for the change of innings, so 23 overs to bowl tonight. So we'll take a short break here on the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. Join us back in a little while for the Middlesex innings, with Glamorgan having been put in on this first day by Middlesex. 199 all out. Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Ancient gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
And Australia, England's first appearance here at the Rothesay Test this summer against India. That match starts on 10th of July. England women also return to Lords this summer, taking on India in ODI on Saturday, the 19th of July. Particularly information available at the Lords website.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
to the field. So North East spinning out Glamorgan. To open the batting for Middlesex, Stevie Eskenazi, Nathan Fernandez.
Well, good evening once again. Welcome back to Lords for the final passage of play on this first day. It's a pretty bleak evening that the Middlesex openers, Stephen Eskenazi and Nathan Fernandez, walk out to in the middle. There's a slight wonder whether they'd even get out there. The light's just getting to that point. There are some brighter skies, slightly brighter away in the south, which hopefully will come in as quickly as possible. But there is also a little bit of a threat of rain coming in about an hour's time. So Eskenazi and Fernandez responding first up to Glamorgan's 199. They were 171 for 9, so I think the 28 runs for that final wicket will frustrate Middlesex a little bit. It's going to be Van der Gutten to bowl from the nursery end with 3 slips in place behind Eskenazi, a 50 to his name in the last innings at Canterbury. Little dabble down the slope. That one goes. 24 overs to bowl on this, the first day of this county championship game. Live from Lords in association with Daffabet on the Middlesex stream. I'm Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. And the light is getting to the point where it's touch and go. It was getting there towards the end of the Glamorgan innings. It was a little bit of a race to the bottom, what would go first, that final wicket. Although it was an entertaining one, particularly for Kellaway with his first-class 50. Now for the Middlesex openers. They're going to put all of that out of their mind and get on with it. This could be a very, very short session, or, well, you never know. Some brighter skies blow in, and there is a strong breeze blowing all day today, and maybe we go on through to stumps, but they'll have to fancy it's going to be a long session.
Yeah, as a batter, you've got to set yourself up mentally for the fact that we're going to the close. You can't be thinking this is only going to be 3 or 4 overs, because if it then changes, you drop yourself in it.
Interesting thing is for the batters, and we discussed this I think in the first round of matches, didn't we, here, that if it's a 10, 12, 15 over passage of play before stumps and you've got to get in there, and you can get started as an opener. If it's only 2, 3 overs, you're kind of prodding around, there's not much that you can really do. Now, mentally, as you say, they've got to think of this as a 24 over session. Get in, get set up, get started. We may well only see 2, 3, 4, 5 overs maybe before the umpires have a chat about the light. You can see the shadows starting to appear around the players from the floodlights, so the artificial light starting to overtake the natural. But equally, this passage of play this evening, it should be very, very difficult, whether it's 3 overs or 24 overs. This should be an incredibly difficult session for Middlesex tonight, in this kind of light and with the assistance that Middlesex were getting in the afternoon. So for Eskenazi and Fernandez, you would have thought that they will slightly more on the side of caution than they usually would in any given situation coming out. Of course, an opener's job is to get out there and take the shine off the ball, put some overs into the bowler's legs. But equally, you try to be positive as an opener as well, don't you? You don't let the bowlers bowl it, you don't let them get on top of you. There you go. There's another example of it. I get the feeling this is a knuckle-down night for Middlesex. Maidens begin for Glamorgan. Fernandez will have strike.
You can just see there, actually, Eskenazi's helmet. Now, it is one of those newer ones, the plastic variety, but you can see the reflection of the light on there. So that'll be giving just a bit of a clue as to the light. And it's going to be Asita Fernando, the Sri Lankan overseas player, to open the bowling.
Quite a sprint in, isn't it? Fernando to Fernandez it will be.
Three slips in play. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg.
Ooh, a little bit of late swing back up the slope there. All it did was adjust the line of the keeper.
Of course, that's the other thing, with the lights on, the old sodium bulbs, if you put a light on, it generates heat as well. So that was the other factor in the old days, wasn't it, about putting the lights on actually generate heat. I'm not sure about whether LED bulbs generate the same kind of heat. I would assume not. So therefore, hopefully from a Middlesex point of view, it's not going to suddenly start hooping round corners.
Canterbury was one of the prime examples. Rob Key talked about floodlights being on at Canterbury on any given day, day-night games for one-day cup fixtures. Just felt as though it brought some moisture to the surface, quickened up the surface. Through the air as well, that moisture coming to the surface, the heat. Just creating that little bit of humidity for the ball to swing. Onto the legs and off the mark for Fernandez. Single to long leg. Got a big hoy himself at the first delivery. Brought him a couple of runs before the innings was done. The last man to go in Glamorgan's first dig. First look at Eskenazi for Fernando. He's batted all the way up and down the order for Middlesex. Eskenazi from 1 to 6 over the years. In for Sam Robson, who's away on paternity leave at the moment, and best wishes to Sam and family. Bit of shape on that again, but Eskenazi in a good position. Interesting one here for both Eskenazi and Fernandez is Robson likely, I understand, to come back into the side at Derby. Game starts next Friday. At the moment, one of these two are the most likely to make way. Eskenazi has a 50 to his name, which puts a little bit of pressure on his opening partner out there, Nathan Fernandez, to find some runs in this one to make sure that there's a difficult decision to make next week if Sam Robson does return.
Yeah, you don't want to make it easy for the coach and the captain. Well, I was just having a look where Fernando was following through there. Just getting quite close to the off-stump line, so just keep an eye on that going forward.
Nicely in position for that one. Fernandez, he was worked over a little by Bailey in the last match here at Lord's. Yeah, wily old Lancashire seamer. He was toying with the ball and the slope, and Fernandez got sucked into one.
Bit of shape on that. Van der Gooten. Threatening to go across the left-handed Fernandez. And all the time that we're talking about the light here, we are at least still playing, which is more than they are in a few other games up and down the country. Rangers delayed proceedings at Hove. They're done for the day at Southampton and Birmingham in Division 1.
That's a lovely shot by Fernandez. Economy of movement, but exquisite timing.
Nice shot. Just what you want. You might feel under a little bit of pressure. Nice ball on leg stump. Work it away and take 4. Yeah, they're done at Old Trafford for the day. They're due back out shortly at Derby.
We'll squirt away for a single. Point and cover getting together.
So what I'm saying is, when you are playing, make the most of it. This might be a round of games that get interrupted by weather. Therefore we may get a few more draws. If therefore Middlesex can get a win out of this one, they'll be able to take some points that potentially aren't available to some of the other sides. Make the most of it.
Feels like it's brightened up a little bit. It's going to get carried away because for the most part the sky around is of a similar ilk, but there was a little bit of a brighter patch of cloud, lighter patch of cloud, which we were hoping would come this way, and it seems to have done so.
Well, we've actually got the best way of judging the light because we've got a camera crew, and obviously they use various settings on cameras and whatever, so they can feed back to us. Are they going to have to adjust things with the light getting worse or the light getting better? Because the cameras give you a real good indication. Well, the umpire has gone straight down, almost following the bowler there. And you can see where that foot mark is. It's not a warning, so he's okay at the moment, but in the umpire's mind, it's close enough to warrant a closer inspection.
Fernandez getting beautifully in behind that one. Managed to check it. Helmet run out for a short leg to come in.
It's actually quite a good day to be in at short leg. You've got all the padding on, a couple of big thick jumpers as well. You might wear a couple, but they won't sting as much.
Good leave. Said that he was well worked over by Bailey from the pavilion end last week, and here's a similar example this week of what you do and don't need to play at, and he's left that on length as much as the line, but nonetheless we had a close look at the balls leading up to his dismissal against Bailey, didn't we, in that first innings in particular. He's played that nicely though. Fernandez. What does Fernando have up his sleeve next?
Glamorgan are definitely bowling at that hip area of Fernandez. For that last ball, showed Bashir at mid-wicket, just came round 3 or 4 steps to his left, so he's now much nearer the square leg umpire than a conventional mid-wicket. They've got the short leg in, so they're looking for something turned off the hip on the leg side.
Leg side again. And clipped by Fernandez, not with the timing that we saw. Goodness me, is there a little bit of sunshine about to break through? Watery as it is at the moment, but it is a welcome relief of that light becoming, or had been becoming, an issue here. End of the over 8 without loss. Oh, wow. Eskenazi's reaction.
There's up the hill and then there's up the hill.
So Carlson earlier got a ball wide outside. It was wider than that, to be fair, outside the off stump. We were saying, why is he playing at that? It's never going to come that far. Back up the slope. Balls for Eskenazi, yet to get off the mark, but he'll know one more innings of note in this match, and that should solidify his place at least for one more week.
You mentioned earlier he's batted up and down the order. If you were actually to give him his choice, where do you think he would want to bat?
I think it's tough now because he plays so much white ball cricket. Oh, and there's an example of it. Leans into that one. How's the timing? Not quite. Slip and a slide. Oh, and he's taken it with him. Timing good enough for Eskenazi. Off the mark with a boundary. Watch the wrists on this one, though. Just looked as though he was determined that he was there and getting everything behind it on the drive, which is where perhaps the timing wasn't quite sweetly out of the middle. Does snap those wrists somewhat.
Ned Leonard got it at the first, well, missed it at the first attempt, got it at the second, but was lying on the rope at the time.
Lovely follow-up from Van Houten. He's a batter who will play in a, it almost looks fidgety way, but it is his way, Eskenazi, to look as though he's regularly squared up. He's not. It's his want. He's trying to get in behind it, but equally holding that line of the off stump as he does so. Little tickle, but only a tickle of the hip guard. And a single to end the over. 14 without loss. After 5, still 19 to go on this first day. Glamorgan will be keen to make some serious inroads before stumps tonight. How quickly stumps will come. Well, there's more than an hour to go in terms of play. You're looking at a 6:45 finish. Should we have all of the 19 overs? Hard to see that unless some blue skies burst through on the horizon. But at the moment it looks as though we'll be lucky to see half an hour more of this, but for the time being we're all right. Leg side again. Fernandez gets a beautiful chunk of that, and even to the biggest boundary, and all the way up the hill. That one will pop over the ropes. Nice little whip about that from Fernandez, but not reckless, watchful. Nice timing.
He's taken advantage of anything that's too full and leg stumpish, hasn't he, so far? Scatters the pigeons with that one. Whee!
Nicely done by Fernandez. Just dropped the hands, swayed inside, which is brave batting. He's worn that. Hopefully a good sized chest guard underneath that sweater. Now again, that's the kind of line where he was worked over by Bailey. And we said it's just the kind of experience he's going to have to bank. Good leave again. Always looks well poised, Fernandez. I'll leave it at that for risk of talking him out, but yeah, there's only one way to get experience, and that's out in the middle. Hang on in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly, sorry to keep banging on about this light, but these two have now been out there 5.5 overs, 20 odd minutes or so. They will be far more used to this light. It'll be tough for any new batter coming in. There's another reason to make sure you don't give it away.
Oh! First false stroke from the young left-hander. Taken nearly 6 overs, 19 deliveries. He won't last long out there on a day where the ball's been on top, and in light like this. If you play too many of those shots, you've got to put the shots away tonight. Really wait for the half volleys.
Occupation of the crease
has got to be Middlesex's thought process this evening. Get what you can, but do not lose a clatter of wickets.
Now that's close. Down the slope. Slope taking the ball from off to leg. Eskenazi staying leg side of the delivery there, isn't he? Let's have a look front on. Watch how far across the front pad goes. Oh, inside edge. That settles that. Pretty big deflection on that look. End of the over, 19 without loss. Sharp single. Right-handed, left-handed opening pair. Middlesex had that in Stoneman and Robson. Should Robson, the right-hander, return next week? Will it be a couple of right-handers? Back to the right-handed, left-handed. Shaped up the slope. Eskenazi watchful again as he leaned into it. Ball after lunch, and indeed into much of the evening session as well, seemed to do a lot more for Middlesex than it did in the morning session. Part of that I was putting down to the overheads, that it was much sunnier morning. Barely seen much of the sun since lunch. Equally here, the ball's not done anything too alarming. We've seen the odd one seam, haven't we? But nothing much through the air.
Smile.
This is where it works out. He's got it on the wrong setting. He's pressed the wrong button. He's suddenly got a video camera or something.
He just walks off with their phone. Long leg set relatively fine down there. Maybe they were minor celebrities. Each wanted a picture.
The most different type of selfie. Yes, can I just take a photo of all of you, please?
It's like the mob that are waiting at the bottom of the lifts for you when you leave each day, Macca.
That's security making sure I get out the ground.
Really builds up a head of steam, doesn't he? Fernando hits the crease at quite the sprint.
Yeah, you wouldn't bowl many long spells in Colombo like this, would you? I mean, it would be quite sapping.
Didn't stand in his way when he was running in either.
Make a handy American football running back. Or tailback blocking for the running back. You just tuck in behind him.
So you need the starter's gun every time he sets off. Big broad shoulders on him as well, aren't there?
Yeah, he's very much in the effort category of fast medium seam bowling. Some who sort of glide in and make it look very, very easy. Fernando is one of those effort bowlers. Big old set of shoulders on him.
Oh, that's gorgeous from Eskenazi. Look at that go. Hassan got one away up to the big boundary earlier this morning. That's up there with that shot. Just a little overpitched, but fully punished.
Just a lovely follow through on that. No thrash. Times all the way. And it doesn't matter if it's a big boundary and uphill. I still had another 7 or 8 metres on it.
And a solid defence to follow.
Well, it now means Eskenazi is on 8, and they've come in 2 shots, thanks to 2 boundaries. So he's played 23 dot balls. But he's looked very, very solid, which is exactly what we've been talking about for the last few minutes. It's exactly what Middlesex are looking for.
Another good leave. Slope taking the ball from off to leg. But Eskenazi happy with the bat high in the air. 8 for him. 16 for Fernandez. And 25 without loss Middlesex. Third of the way through this session. It's been scheduled for the start of the Middlesex innings. 8 of the 24 overs done. Sky is a little lighter. Can't say for how long for, but
all I'll say is it's not vastly different looking to where it's coming from to where it's going to. In other words, it doesn't look like it's going to change a great deal. So if we're playing now, then we should be okay for a bit.
Around the wicket now for Fernandez, single down to long leg. 8 overs gone. Lacquer starts to come off one side, but again, as we were saying earlier, it was really 30 overs before this ball, or the ball that Middlesex were using, seemed to really come to life.
Did we see the umpires have to put it through the handcuffs today? I don't think we did we? We had to pick some dirt out of it at one point, but never actually had to put it through. So maybe it's a good batch today. Against Lancashire, we seem to be changing the ball every 7 or 8 overs at one stage. It felt like, anyway.
Just a double, and just a single.
It feels like it's just good old-fashioned sensible red ball cricket at the moment. If it's a good one, defend it. If it's slightly offline, can you run it and guide it somewhere? And if it is offline, can you put it away for a boundary? That seems to be how they're playing at the moment. It seems to be working so far.
Just a single again, but they're tickling these singles well at the moment. Rotate the strike, this right-handed, left-handed combination. Of course, for any bowler here at Lord's, as many times as you visit as an opposing player, it's still not a slope that you bowl on every other week. Let's settle in. Run away, be at least a couple. Mostly downhill, but nicely done. 9 done, 30 without loss.
I may be about to jinx him horribly, and so I will apologise in advance, but it appears Fernandez just feels a little bit more positive in his movements today. And you can be positive in defence. He just seems to be lining it up with a bit more confidence. Fernando, as you can see, is now going to come around the wicket to him just to try and change that angle. And maybe they're going to go into the rib cage and the armpit area, because Shoaib Bashir is out at deep square along with the long leg.
was high up the outside edge, but into the ground from Fernandez. Second loose one of the innings from Fernandez.
Well, we're seeing a pattern today, aren't we? We saw it with the Glamorgan innings of that one that's sort of thrown out a bit wider just in case. Whether it's deliberate or not, I'm not sure.
Jack Davies. The pads on. Who's waving? Higgins having a wave. No pads for Holden, who's usually the number 3. A little bit of a switch up in the Middlesex order. Deep third had just dropped back from Gully. That one angled in towards middle and a single to end the over. 10 done, 14 to go today, 31 without loss.
Everyone got on their bikes to go and change positions, but there's still one ball left of the over.
Anyone without loss.
Looks like it's time for a bit of Ned Leonard. His right arm seam.
There's Ned Leonard in the full shadows.
What a band they were.
Ball change at the nursery end, Ned Leonard.
So Leonard to Fernandez, 2 slips of Gully, deep point. .22 years of age, Ned Leonard. But made his debut for Somerset against Lancashire in September of 2021. He's been around a while. Only Leonard's 9th first-class game. His 11 wickets have cost him just under 64 apiece. With an economy rate of over 4.
there for it, wasn't it? But you do have to have a look at a new bowler, just get the pace of the ball onto the bat.
You can suddenly see a lot more of the shadows around Ned Leonard's feet in the last couple of moments. The forecast was potentially, I think it was saying a 60% chance of rain round about 6 o'clock. Well, we're 5 minutes or so away from that window. And away to the east it does look a little bit darker.
Puff of dust as that hits a foothold outside the off stump. End of the over. That's where the weather's coming in from. See some of those grey clouds there bubbling up in the distance. Oh, that's a really good stop now. I think that was just hip. There's no great disappointment that that was a put down, but gee, I tell you, a strangle down the leg side. Right arm over to a right-hander at Lords with the slope would be quite the catch.
I think, to be fair, he's done very well to get a hand to stop that. It might have stung a bit though. The keeping glove is still off at the moment.
Palmed it maybe. It was hip guard though, wasn't it? I don't think it was a tickle. If it was, that made it even better. For whatever reasons, the physics of it, the ball goes quicker off an edge, doesn't it, than it does off, well, obviously off a bit of padding, but it quickens up off the edge.
Now Bashir is going out to deep square leg again. So long leg and deep square leg. Here's the short ball incoming to Eskenazi.
All the telltale signs are there on the horizon at the moment. The red lights on the top of all the cranes and tall buildings in the surrounds are starting to peek through at us. End of the over 11. 12 bowled, 32 without loss. Not quite the green light across the bay for Great Gatsby, but surrounded by red lights. That's the story of my life.
Well, the positive so far is that the umpires haven't even looked at each other at the end of each over. They're more than happy to take up their positions. Try and get as much in as possible.
Driven hard by Eskenazi, leans into that. He moves to 16. Third boundary for the one-day skipper. Although the T20 skipper now that a regular in the 100 at the same time as the one-day cup. 36 without loss. It's a solid start now for Middlesex. Oh, drawn into it. A shake of the head, he walks away. Maybe in a T20 state of mind.
He's going through all of his mental checklist now, getting that out the way and say, right, that was the shot I didn't want to play. It's now out my system. Get back into my bubble and we'll carry on. Yeah, that's more like it. No interest in that whatsoever. Now, the one thing I would say is, looking over the mound stand, there is quite a dark cloud, and maybe that's now what they're thinking, is that that is moving in this direction. See out this, because if we go, I'll be honest, I can't see us coming back. As soon as we go for the light, I think that will be it.
Just saw the first couple of banks of it, didn't we, over the back of Old Father Time on that wide shot a moment or two ago. As we peer even further into the horizon over the top of the mound stand with our slightly more elevated position, it's looking grim. Be a couple here. Fernando coming around from mid-on. To be honest, we've already got a lot more than I thought we would in this session.
You know, you were reading my mind there. It's exactly that. You know, we're not far away from 11 overs left in the day, which is, we've been keeping you updated with some of the other games around the county, around the country. We've played pretty much double some of them. Still no interest from the umpires in each other. So we carry on.
It's a little bit brighter at the moment, but I do think that that's probably just a stay of execution for the opening day of this game. Well advanced though. 10 wickets along into the second innings of the match. And 38 without loss, Middlesex.
Bowling at
3 or 4 more overs tonight, and they'll be nearly a quarter of the way to Glamorgan's total long before stumps. Here's Al Hassan, who batted beautifully this morning, had the best of it of the Glamorgan batters. He's in from the pavilion end. Short extra cover in place. Sorry, a short mid-wicket, not a short extra cover. Cover's not too far away though, Bashir. Only long leg is back.
And as soon as you identify it, short mid-wicket is moving out. Going across to point. The reinforced point going to gully.
See the floodlights glinting off the back of the wide-rimmed hat of the umpires because he's got the sunglasses on back to front. Still just about holding in there the light at the moment, isn't it? The umpires haven't actually come together at all to have a conversation. Guess at the moment Middlesex are probably quite happy to keep going at this stage. It's taking some life out of this ball, isn't it? 14th over now, still another 10 to come after this. As we said though, that ball that Middlesex had for the Glamorgan innings came to life after about 30 overs. Oh well, a little bit of swagger. Now he's whipped that off the leg stump. They'll come back for a second. Eskinazi, I mean that should always been comfortable too. It's a big boundary down there to long leg. There was hands on head for the bowler. This is why, look at how much a leg stump you can see. He's actually had a little walk to the ball, which is fine. But boy, oh boy, that could have squirted through and rolled him leg stump.
Fernandez is touching down and he's 5 paces back the other way before Eskinazi is touched down at the non-striker's end there. That's why Eskinazi had to get his skates on towards the end of the second.
I think he just held his hand up, so apologise there, Eskinazi, didn't he? Whether it was himself thinking it was closer to long leg than it was. Fernandez as such running to the danger end. Blake Cullen running out the drinks, the man who's been rested and rotated for this game. A bit of R&R.
A perfectly peeled banana went uneaten. It was there, held out for the batters. Do you want some potassium? And they didn't.
Wasteful. Gets away with that leg stump half volley, but Sang low to his right doing the fielding at mid-wicket.
Eskenazi will feel he's missed out on one there. There's so much space either side of Al Hassan. There's 2, maybe even 3 gone a begging there.
I was just going to say, you do miss out on one, you can go a little harder at the next one, can't you, as a result? At the moment, neither of these two really want to give it away. It's not to say that Al Hassan and Leonard aren't carrying any threat, but it is a little different to the threat of the opening pair. Long bank holiday weekend. Started early, a few of them today, didn't they?
Certainly taking advantage of it. It's thinned out a bit now as the temperature's dropped and the light has worsened. Still a good few hardy souls still in the ground.
Oh, now is there a little bit of bat involved? There's an early shake of the head. Let's have a look at that again, front Tom. Is there any bat involved? Well, we asked for consistency, and I'd say that's what we've got. It's probably just evened up at least one of those from early in the Glamorgan innings.
I think it brushes the front and then hits the back as well. That might just put a little bit of doubt in the umpire's mind.
And it's followed by a boundary, of course it is. Eskenazi's into the 20s, he overtakes Fernandez. There, but Eskenazi responds. 4 off the over. Here's a look at the 4th ball again. It was a very, very good shout, this. Hitting in line. It's at least hitting leg. Evens the score a little. I'd say Middlesex had some big shouts this morning. I felt that one. Probably could have seen the finger go up on another day. There's the floodlights against the grey, dull skies. At the moment, there just seems to be enough breaking up of the cloud to offer enough light through some thinner patches that is keeping us going. There's 9 to go on this opening day, 44 without loss. That's a lovely shot, just clipped in between mid-wicket and mid-on. That would have been 4 with the bowling bin at the other end. But that is going up the hill to the highest point of the ground, which is up towards the Warner and the grandstand where they meet.
Fernandez has played well off the protective equipment today, and by that I mean the clip off the pad and also the work off the hip. He's got that angle very much worked out today. He's got something in between an elegance and a flamboyance about his leg side play. It's not a real whip with a swagger, but yeah, it's an elegant stroke, but equally it does just have that little wristy flamboyance about it. Fernandez was down the non-striker's end like a shot from a gun and was turning and was wanting to come back. Eskenazi said, no thank you, not at the moment. But that's another good sign from a Fernandez point of view. We mentioned the fact that he hasn't been able to get the number of runs he would have liked so far this season. So the fact he's now got 24 and the fact he's wanting to be on strike in not the best light just gives a little tick next to his mental strength and confidence at the moment.
Oh, it's tucked nicely. Short boundary. And he overtakes Fernandez again. That's the 50 up for Middlesex. And the opening wicket.
Well, as you say, that is basically a quarter of the deficit knocked off at a decent rate, and more importantly, no wickets down.
End of the 16th, 51 for 1. There's 8 to go on day one, light permitting. And rain. There's a little bit of a forecast of, at worst, light rain. So we might not see all 8, but what we have seen so far is an encouraging start for the home side. Glamorgan will be keen to redress this very quickly in the morning, if not tonight. Whether it's just one of those sessions where you need to get off and regroup and go again.
I wonder if Bashir maybe gets a bowl this evening or not.
Single to turn the strike, first ball of the over. Push the field around. It's be frustrating now for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I just wonder if Bashir maybe gets a go. He has bowled with the new ball when he's been with England.
Oh, I think no doubt at this stage, really.
It is a newish ball. The seam will still be relatively proud and hard.
It's been a long day.
It was there when I started.
Just a single, deep point set back. Uzanar's feeling he stretched for that slightly from a Glamorgan perspective. Ooh. Jibba jabba with the umpire from Eskenazi.
Yeah, umpire Peveril's having a slow walk back to square leg.
Did they just see those beers? Who's counting? Yeah, what do you reckon Eskenazi's chat was? I mean, you wouldn't want as a batter to be getting involved in that because your mindset's being affected by it, isn't it? If you're having a chat with the umpire about the light. He has a quick look at square leg again there, though, doesn't he? He plays that one.
It's got to be it. Well, how much, how close are we in your opinion, ump? That has got to be the chat.
What are you thinking as a batter, though, at this stage? I guess we're getting towards that stage where there's not much more to be had, but a lot to be lost. To talk about that final 10 minutes of a session, that's when the batter starts to think about the end of the session. Oh, just about got the bat down on that, didn't he?
Maybe in this light, it's the time to start varying your lengths and go short and forward so that the batter is trying to pick a different length and point on the pitch to make it harder to see. So, yeah, it looks like the helmet's coming back out, keeper going up. Yeah, it is for the keeper rather than short leg. That's interesting. Cook is putting a box in, which implies he's keeping without a box normally.
Oh, now. Just shot out of the gloves of the keeper. Leg side. Fine glance. And 4 runs off the hip. Eskenazi into the 30s. 57 without loss, and this marks a very good start now for Middlesex.
I have to say, if you're sort of north of Paddington on the way to Cricklewood or Willesden, I might consider battering yourself in, batten down the hatches.
Yeah, somehow we're getting away with this. 57 for no wicket. You can see over the top of the Warner stand to the right there, much greyer skies, and that sweeps all the way around the back of the pavilion to the left over the Allen and the Tavern.
Umpires have now got together.
They've been outfoxed.
Now the question is, does he pay full price or half price?
Only a fiver after 5. We're now more interested in where the fox has gone. He's into the Compton stand. Where's he heading off to next?
Well, while all that's gone on, the umpires have had a chat and we are continuing. Let's worry about more important stuff.
Ooh. Did you just run down the corridor to give us a pun we ran 5 minutes ago? Another bumper, this is what you said. Hey, there he is, he's back. Skipping around. Hey.
Could there be a better description of the commentary?
Marking his spot. Does that mean he now owns the grandstand?
He's got his seat marks out ready for tomorrow. He knows exactly where he's coming back to.
I've seen a few members try that as well.
Well, I'm wondering if Glamorgan are thinking, let's try and get off here, because it's a brave call to keep banging it in short when the lights have been on for an hour and the umpires are starting to get twitchy. And by that I mean it's a brave call if you want to stay on and see out these remaining 5 overs.
I think it's a funny light, I think. Ooh, and the bumper. 57 without loss. I do think it's a funny light out there because although the shadows are noticeable, I don't think it's also we're surrounded by grey cloud, but immediately above us it's not so bad. It's an odd one here at Lord's because usually it's the other way. We're kind of sat up here looking at bright skies in the distance and the umpires take them off for bad light, but we're looking at really grey skies almost all the way around on the horizon, but immediately above it's relatively light cloud at the moment. Van der Hooten's back from the pavilion ends. Number 16 from 5 to begin. Looking to Bashir and he's pushed a deep square. Short boundary there though if they do bump Eskenazi. 5 to go of the day. Oh, Fox is back. Oh no!
I'm not doing short leg tonight, all right?
He's not been impressed with the Glamorgan bowling this evening. Here we go. He's onto the field. Who's going to take on the Fox?
And he's coming into the final furlong, coming up out on the right-hand side.
Oh, that's a good leap. Now then. It's after Haley. I hope Haley's not afraid of foxes. Play goes on, but the Fox is on the field again.
I'm afraid to say I think he's got a bit confused and scared now. He's trying to get out, and he can't work out which gate's open.
I've known that feeling at Lord's before. Yeah, that was my answer as well. Hide behind the advertising board till nobody notices.
No, he's making his way up the stairs in the Edrich, by the way, now. If he'd gone a bit further, he would have found the gap between the stands and been able to head out towards the nursery ground, but he's up in the stand.
You'll have to go out through the north gate, sir. Oh, come on. I'm stood right next to the Grace Gate. Closed overnight. The East Gate's always the one. You're there at the East Gate. Oh, go on. Let us out. It's the quickest way.
Lovely shots. Just a push drive. Take a couple and end the over. 20 in the book. 59 without loss. Applied to Glamorgan's 199 all out. And we've got to within 4 overs of the scheduled close.
And actually now, for the first time, those shadows are just starting to get that little bit more pronounced. I think Eskenazi's having a long chat with the umpire. He's held his arms out. Yeah, he's not happy, Eskenazi. It can only be the like that. He's had a long, long conversation with the umpires a few times, and I think he's saying... I reckon it's only just hit the point, to be fair, where those shadows are really becoming pronounced. Thick inside chunk of the bat, single taken. Eskenazi comes on to strike. He's got to get the light out of his mind, though, I think, at the moment. Could be a distraction, that.
Well, he's playing really well. He doesn't need to be worrying about the light.
Oh, he's got somewhere to be.
He's got a table booked for dinner somewhere. And obviously on bank holiday Friday, they're going to close up at probably a little bit earlier, so... The inside edge that onto his foot. And the way he pulled his foot away there. It's sort of implied. Or maybe the toe end of the bat made contact with the toe.
This isn't going to help with his irked nature with regards to the light. Oh, double again. Eskenazi looks up the track at the umpire. Just wonder, is he letting it get into his mind a little bit? Shut it out. Focus on 3.5 overs.
There's currently only play here and at Canterbury. At the moment, all the others have either bailed out for the day or off for bad light. So,
yeah, the last 2 days at Canterbury, indeed, I think there was a fair bit of rain across the country, but it's glorious sunshine. All 4 days of the trip down to Kent. Oh, now I think he's got outside the line of off, and again the umpire shakes his head on this occasion. I think fully in agreement. I reckon Eskenazi's got a long way across there. Ooh. 3-2. We reckon there were 3 good shouts earlier. Height might be an issue on that one.
the fact that there were so many moving parts may have helped Eskenazi there, because he ended up miles outside of off stump.
No ball called. A single taken. From behind, you could imagine height being in the umpire's mind. He felt less so front on that. Oh, he done. Yeah, I did think in this over, this was the first over where those shadows looked a little bit more pronounced. There you can see around the umpire. You can see the umpire, the helmet shining a little bit there, can't you? But 63 without loss at what will be stumps on day one is a very, very good start for Middlesex. Stephen Eskenazi quite happy to get... What, do you think that's a conversation about the light, or how are you still there, Esky? Sam Northeast coming across with the quiet words. You must have thought you were gone. No. Height was a problem. There we go. Fine first day here at Lord's for Middlesex. Glamorgan put in 199 all out, and that was a real rattle through for Middlesex in the afternoon session. 7 wickets falling. Wraps them up tonight with a couple more, and then 63 without loss before stumps. In this kind of light, as you can see over the back of the pavilion, it's been this way for all 20.4 overs we've had so far. Andrew McKenna, I reckon Middlesex is going to be pretty happy with that, and almost 63 without loss is something not quite that they would have dreamed of, but in this bad light, boy oh boy, they've taken it.
Absolutely, it's not been easy by any manner of means, but they got through unscathed. That will be close of play for the day, so they can go off and do their debrief and whatever, and I would imagine it's going to be a pretty happy Middlesex camp. They bowled well in the morning session, only got 1 wicket as a reward, took 7 in the second session, and then wrapped it up in the final session, and have reached the close 63 without loss. All in all, you take that as a good day's work.
Carl McDermott, I'll have a chat with the umpires. They'll be ready to pull those stumps up in a minute, and that will be stumps for day one. They haven't quite called it just yet. Oh, they have. End of day. So that's it from the live stream on day one here at Lord's with Middlesex. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the stream on this one. A fabulous first day for the hosts. But Middlesex will surely be feeling a little bit more pressure first thing in the morning. Glamorgan might just need a little bit of a reset to go again. Join us back in the morning if you can. The live stream in association with Daffabet Middlesex. Closed day one, trailing by 136. They're 63 without loss. charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.